Hey guys. Hello. Sorry about yesterday. If people are wondering how I was going yesterday, I was sick. I don't know why. I just woke up, it was horrible. Threw up a few times and then that was the day. I think the worst part wasn't throwing up because I threw up in the morning. I only had water, right? So it was just kind of like, okay, I threw up water. Congratulations. The worst part was just the headache. Oh my god. Splitting throughout most of the day. I think it only started to relent around 4 p.m., 5 p.m. It was kind of sad. Don't know what caused it. What are we doing today? Well, I know we're doing the GD. What are we doing in the GDD today? What's our next section? I think I started on it, whatever it was. NPCs. Yeah. Actually, I don't think this section will be too bad. We're gonna see about that, though. Let's get our black label. Top shelf cola. If top shelf is the worst and cheapest. It's actually not bad. I've had worse cola than this. For generic Coca-Cola, this is actually pretty decent. And it's on super sale right now. A lot of foam though. What would be really funny is if they just made this using those like soda makers, like Soda Stream or something, whatever they're called. They just bottle it. Now, I took a look at Soda Stream because I was curious, like, hey, is this actually cheaper? You know, at the amount that I consume, eventually the savings will add up, right? Turns out that it's actually negligible. In fact, it's slightly more expensive than buying Pepsi. For something that I bet will not taste as good as Pepsi. Okay, I described the rough story structure. I wonder if I want to mention just how the outcomes are not the end of an NPC necessarily. Yeah, let me do that. Let me say, note that importantly, most NPCs with stories will have further, well, we won't say most, say many. NPCs with stories will have further potion requests beyond the first one. Or maybe we should just use problems. Beyond the first encounter. So, while you see the purple squares denoting outcomes, these might then lead into new encounters themselves. Additionally, some NPCs may have no problems at all. And may simply be passers-by looking for a nice chat or to do some trading. That works. Okay, our goals of the NPCs are as follows. Well, this is, I think, even deeper. This is multi-layered. We need to have focuses for goals on the kind of like moral and ethical quandaries. I just hate the use of the word NPC still. But it works. Focus on characters with moral, ethical quandaries. The challenge. Jax Builds, thank you for the follow. How are you doing? Good morning. The challenge players is predispositions. Dispositions. Okay, nice. Spelled that right. Focus on characters with moral ethical quandaries that challenge players' predispositions and force them to make difficult choices. Easier said than done, of course. Secondly, what are you making? I'm rewriting our GDD in preparation to pitch the game to publishers. Arguably not the most important document to have when talking to publishers, because there's no, you have like 30 minutes usually to talk to them, and there's 10 million more important things to talk about than getting to a GDD, but they like to see it because it shows that you have a plan, that you're just more than the surface level pitch and, gameplay if you have that. Hey, Nixie. Morning. Characters should have a level of micro-reactivity. And I'm going to link that up to the pillar for that. That reflects our goal of having dialogue mean as much as the potions the players make. Which game mentioned? We're working in Unreal. I can show you what it looks like. We actually do have a build up on Steam, although it's private. So I'd have to give you the Steam key. Though I've noticed so far that, even if you tell people that the build is a prototype, some people will just expect something like early access, but early access is even much later than what we have. It is what it is. I think a lot of that has to do with the fact that most game developers do not show what their games look like pre-production. For good reasons. For understandable reasons, let's put it that way. Oh my god, can we load, please? It's a big project. GPU 4070. There's just a lot to load. Quite a few plugins. A lot of objects. Oh, that's my main menu. That's not my prototype map. I like 3D main menus. I think they're pretty fun. You can do a lot of cool interaction and stuff with it. There's our prototype level. I'm pretty happy with it. Although the final build of the game will be much, much larger than this, of course. But artists, well, do not thank me because this is all placeholder art. I am not an artist, I am a designer. Quite the opposite. I can work in spreadsheets, I can work in documents. Anything artistic, though? Right over my head. Everything like this comes much more naturally to me. What's another goal for our NPCs? Can I rate your art? I mean, I don't know if I can rate art very well. I can do GDD. I can do design document reviews. That's the best I can do. I can only tell you if I like how something looks or not, but other than that, I don't think I have very many skills. Got 3 models in your art station? A guitar, a gun, and an axe. I think they look pretty good. I think as a whole these meshes look pretty nice. Getting into some hard surface modeling. Very cool. I think they look good. Better art than I can make. After should have outcomes that are it's not really encounters should have that player feedback, but player feedback about encounter outcomes. Programmer? No, I'm a designer by trade. I can do some programming, but I am a full-fledged vocational game designer. Player feedback about encounter outcomes should be paramount. Because without that feedback, consequences misspelling have little meaning. One NPC should be to make sure the world feels alive also. I like the direction that you're going with that. Let me write this. Characters should be the primary source of socialization and knowledge about the outside world. And should never be solely encounter focused. That sounds confusing. Should never solely care about... Well, maybe this is just enough. They should be the primary sources of knowledge, of learning. They should be the teachers, the information bearers. Now, hey, I saw some smoke in the distance. You know, what did you hear about that? And then they can provide that to you. Here's Cookie. You need some 3D objects? I can model some for you. Maybe at some point. I don't think we'll be doing any more work on this build after a certain point. That point is becoming very, very close. We're gonna have to move on from this build and just start from scratch again. I think I'm gonna make a YouTube video explaining our process with that, because I've had to explain that an awful lot. Free as an intern. It is confusing, isn't it? I don't know, I've had to explain it an awful lot, and I want to make it as clear as possible to people that this build is meant to just be pseudo-deleted. So I know some people I've given keys to playtest this build on Steam they've come back with great feedback, but I think a lot of the feedback misses the point of the build. But, you know, what can you do? Overview and goals of NPC problems. As we describe them throughout the document, and as you can imagine, are precisely thus. Problems that an NPC has that needs resolving via a potion. As an example, if someone is dying of poison, this is a problem. A potion with cure poison on it will resolve that problem. Suffice it to say, characters may have any number of problems, but for the sake of clarity, we'd of course like to minimize the complexity of encounters by only giving NPCs a few problems maximum. You know, of course, if we have this system, we can have as many problems as the character has, but that would just be overly complex. But I still like the idea that maybe there's a group of adventurers that's organizing a heist or something, right? And so each of their problems are things that you can resolve. Like, okay, you know, there's 3 characters that are performing like a bank heist or something, and if you want to help them, it's like you have to help one character get past, you know, some guards, so like a potion of invisibility and lightness to help with their steps. Then you might have, you know, another character who needs to deal with a troll at the vault, and so, you know, a big strength boost potion or something. The system, I think, is very malleable, but we still want to keep it trimmed. Some NPCs may have no problems at all, and may simply be passers-by. However, for this section, let's assume we're discussing an NPC with at least one problem. Problems should be never be, maybe let's say, rarely be explicitly told to the player. The player should be forced to investigate problems that NPCs have. Determine if the NPC's thoughts on the matters align with see the game Shore? It's apparently a single player MMO with simulated companions? No, I haven't seen that. Or sounds full on. Yeah, I agree. Encourage would sound better. I mean, the player doesn't have to. You're not going to be a very good alchemist if you do that, but what can you do, right? Problems should be simple enough to extrapolate the desired effects. Otherwise, it would just be frustrating. That makes the NPC tell you straight up. I'm wondering if we should put here, if we should have put it in the previous section's goals, that like NPCs shouldn't be, well, let me put it this way. I want to figure out where to put the goal that NPC problems are, you know, to reiterate the gameplay pillar that problems should never be black or white. That's sometimes not helping an NPC. is good for them or good for you even, and vice versa. Helping somebody might not be good for them and might not be good for you. I don't like RPG games where taking a quest usually means that you can get a better outcome than not taking the quest. You know, it's one of those things where if you establish that early on into a game that sometimes not taking quests is a good thing, I feel like that makes the game so much deeper and makes your choices about who to help and who not to help so much better. I think alternatively, some games handle that well by allowing you to take the quest but giving you a significant number of options to deal with it. Although I think that there are better ways to handle that. I think Larian Studios actually does a pretty good job with that, where, you know, if you meet like an evil NPC and they say, hey, I'm going to do some evil stuff, can you help me? You know, there's no quest for that. There's just a journal, like, hey, we met this evil NPC. And then you can, you know, turn them in later on. So it's not an explicit quest and you never felt like you had to do anything. You just obtain that information and then can pass it on at the right time, right? Similarly to that, I want to make sure that the player always has the option and it's never seen as a inherently bad thing just to turn an NPC down. I don't think our prototype really goes into that very well though, right? Because it is, you'd essentially be making content that that many players are almost intended to not engage in, which I think is okay in an RPG, but of course it's hard in a prototype where I don't really want content in the prototype if the player doesn't engage in. If that makes sense? I don't have time for that, because I would assume that we have enough content for the player to engage in. Oh well, it's something we can worry about in the vertical slice. I mean, there be NPCs that per se try to pull the wool over your eyes. Yeah, there might be something just straight up lie to you. Now, we'd like to leave breadcrumbs so that, you know, somebody paying attention or reading between the lines might be able to suss that out. But, yeah. Old farmer comes in, you know, is just looking, you know, rats keep eating my storage of grain. Just give me a poison, please. I gotta deal with them. I can't hunt them myself, and, you know, I don't have a cat or dog to deal with them. Okay, sure, old man. But then, you know, if maybe you just did that and you're like, okay, whatever, get out of my sight. But maybe you talk to me, maybe you learn that he doesn't really have the greatest standing with his wife. And he says some things that just don't, it rubs you the wrong way. Like, okay, the rats could be real. Or his wife could be the rat. Things like that, you know? Some NPCs may purposefully lie to the player about their intentions. I don't like how that's worded, but I think that it makes sense. Okay, discovering problems. Cauldron Chronicles intends to have no quest tracker. Or maybe we can say no, like, problem tracker. Then again, do we give the player a way to write these things down themselves, right? Like, let's say you have your screen, you're talking to NPC. You have your dialogue lines down here. Would it be cool to have a little notepad you can pull in, like in-game notepad, that once pulled in, you can then manually write the problems as you learn them, with a little checkbox to denote that you've made a potion for that problem. So you would be forced to write these yourself, but you could write them in-game. You know, this way I think that it'll feel more like you can't just click through dialogue and, you know, have it automatically added to some in-game tracker, which, sure, you know, some players would want, because then they can just ignore what's being said and they can make the potions. But that's, you know, of course, kind of antithetical to what we're trying to achieve with games design, where the player should be paying attention and should be making those decisions. It's not like the dialogue continues on without you clicking, so I don't really see any problem with doing it that way. I mean, shit, that's something that I could add into the... I could add it into the prototype even now. I wonder if I should do that. You think it would be useful in our prototype as it stands right now to have that? Because it really isn't that difficult to make. I simultaneously want to make it. Hey, Buster D. It's your day off. It was horrible. I don't know. I think maybe I ate something bad or whatever, but I got fucked up. Played Dawn of the Hunt? No, I haven't played that. Hey, Saturday. Yeah, it didn't feel good. I was not in a good state yesterday. Catch rare monsters with mods and use them as your sidekick. Oh, it's just like Pokemon. Pretty cool. Yuki, thank you for the Prime subscription.
Hałkuj 1337 just subscribed.
Polish text-to-speech. Thanks, man. I appreciate that. Hope you're doing well. Cauldron Chronicles intends to have no problem tracker. No, maybe we'll say like no automatic problem tracker. But the player can keep track of problems themselves in-game. By writing down things as they learn them. Or writing down, let's say, problems as they learn about them. Do we ever discuss, I guess in the dialogue section here we'll have kind of an overview of how it works. Cauldron Chronicles intends to step away from the industry standard hand-holding gameplay, instead showing the player early on benefits of note-taking and keeping track of problems to create their own unique web of story progression. I think describing that it's anti-hand-holding. I mean, that's kind of a focus of the game. Is that part of like our pillars anywhere? Not really, though I think that it is important to mention somewhere. Got into Blender geonodes? Oh, that's pretty cool. Nothing textured or extruded per hand, all only 100% geonodes. Whoa. Kind of scary. You're terrified by the idea of no yellow paint. I feel fatigued from games recently. I don't know if I think it's just some genres. I feel massive genre fatigue. Everybody's like playing that new RuneScape survival game. I have no interest. I don't know. I'm tired of survival games. Or people are, you know, talking about Marathon. I couldn't care. Oh wow, another competitive multiplayer shooter. Okay. That's crazy. It took you 8 hours from that? That's pretty cool though. Can you export that dynamically creates the mesh, right? So then you can just export that? Art style fantastic, the look and vibe of it is incredible. Extraction shooter, couldn't give a shit. Do you feel like, Nixie, do you feel like extraction shooters just all seem to be following a formula and none of them are actually pushing the boundaries of what extraction could mean? You know, I feel like a game like GTFO, which, arguably speaking, is an extraction shooter. At least, you know, something like that I felt pushed the boundary of what extraction shooters could be by saying, okay, we're now going to be hardcore and more horror-based than any other extraction shooters today. Oh, it's on sale. If anybody's never played GTFO, highly recommend. Very fun game. I mean, if you could consider this an extraction shooter, personally, I kind of feel like it is. Change seeds. Oh, that's cool. Feels like kind of like procedural generation of meshes, in a way. I should, I'm gonna get a screenshot. I'm just gonna draw on it. Now there's a pretty good chance that I will just put this into the build. This whole idea of this little journal that you keep. But for right now I'm just gonna make a shitty screenshot and throw it in there so that I know that it's there, you know? So I know it looks like shit for now, but that's kind of intentional. Because a player needs to learn about these problems, it's very possible that the player incorrectly interprets an NPC problem, and or the player misses a problem entirely. Every problem will have an associated will have a single associated potion that would solve that problem. To repeat, there is no problem that can have more than one potion given to resolve it. I feel like that's an important part of it. Next step is to implement this into World Builder, like PCG from UE5. Different blocks for edges, corners, and flats, but things that are nice to me, like 5 minutes to make 10 different edges and corners and all the tiles I need. That is pretty cool. That is really awesome. I feel like in my fever dreams last night, I had or in the previous day's night, I had a great game idea. I don't know, I've been thinking a lot about games recently. Well, I do that every day, to be fair. But, I've been trying to delve deeper into why I feel this genre fatigue. Or survivals, competitive shooters. And I haven't even played, I didn't play Overwatch or Apex or insert competitive shooter here. But I still feel fatigue. I feel like a new one is announced every 6 months, and I care less and less each time a new one is announced. I don't know how to put it. 4-player co-op adventure game. Like to level of Zelda or Skyrim. I did see one game recently which it's really cool, but it took an idea that I had. Like I pitched an idea to Cuthbert of a game called War Train. I mean, that's just the name that I gave it, right? Not the name that it would have. And it was a 4-player game where you have a train. It's a roguelike, and you fight demons as you get closer to the portal where they've been spawned, and you know, there's intermittent scavenging and resource collecting between waves of enemies as you move closer and closer. And you know, the high intensity action of barreling through different biomes as you're shooting demons that are running or flying towards the train and trying to tear it apart, and you're repairing it. while your friends are, you know, mounting the guns and you're reloading the gun for them and such. So, you know, cool idea. I saw something recently that was pretty much exactly that idea, just in a different setting. And it made me a little sad. I was like, damn it. Damn it, I had this. I do want to play that game though, because it looked pretty good. I don't remember the name of it. It was like in some like cold, wintry kind of setting. Dreadmore? Crafting fishing adventure set in a post-nuclear apocalypse world. I think of the setting reminds me a lot of Dredge. In fact, that that entire this looks like the boat from Dredge. It is very much Dredge. It's definitely interesting. I'll have to see more about how that's looking. Very much inspired by Dredge, though. Especially this. Okay. Looks well made, though. Thought it was the same people. I wouldn't blame you. It really, I don't know, it looks like Stalker plus Dredge, which is not a bad combination. Watch the trailer? Okay. Don't get me too distracted today. God. Don't feed my ADHD. It's your game? I wish. Why does this look all mocked up? Everything from every form of movement looks mocked up. There's no real gameplay. I mean, it's very good mock-up. It's a very good mock-up, but it's all fake. Yeah. I hate to say it. This is actually an entirely fake trailer. And I don't mean in the sense that they just got some like different camera angles, but this is actually, this is all faked. There's no gameplay to this game. It's very well faked. It's very hard to spot. I wonder if anybody else has spotted that. We'll be able to see some real gameplay. This looks pre-rendered. It is pre-rendered. Yep. AI generated with artwork from Dredge. I don't think it's AI generated. I don't think there's anything AI generated, but it's definitely, this is not a real game. You know, the scary part, thank you Dev Friend for the follow. Appreciate that. The scary thing about this is that this is becoming more common, and it's really hard to spot. Thank you for that. Oh, that's scary. That's scary. You know, it's because you look at something like this and you're like, okay, this is a cool idea. This could work really well. Yeah, this is not AI, but this is 100% not a real game. And nothing that's part of the trailer is real. They just paid a studio to make this trailer. It's a good mock-up, but it doesn't mean anything. The mouse click with the fish? Oh, you mean like putting the fish in the inventory? I think that's one of the things that I saw. That's like one of the easiest spots for stuff like this, because that's like, okay, that's just okay, you know, some cutscene you see at the start of the game or something or whatever. Yeah, it's way too, yeah, I think linear is a perfect way to put it. I've seen a whole bunch of Playway games that use the same tactic. This too, like I think it was this movement specifically that just was like made no sense. Yeah. Man, it's very well made, I'll tell you that. I am glad to see some people starting to realize this, though. It's like fake breasts. That's really a shame, too, because the moment I saw it, you know, I was like, oh, damn, this looks really cool. This looks, you know, very... they could have fooled me with the screenshots. But it'll take a lot to fool me with the trailer. Yep, they're going to take this to a publisher or to investors and say, here, give us lots of money. Look how complete the game is. They're the very bare bones of what they want to make and decided to create the vision, so to speak. I mean, they could have something behind the scenes that, like you said, is very bare bones. And this is what the game should look like. This is true. But we're going to see. I don't like being toyed around. You know, had they just told me, like, hey, this is a, you know, a mock-up vision of what the game's going to look like, I might have been at least a little bit more accepting of it, but they've tried to fool me with gameplay. And not even stating that it was or wasn't gameplay. And, you know, the danger that I see here, by the way, is that the idea might be good, but they have now still not proven that they can make that game. And that's way more difficult than coming up with a good idea. It's way more difficult than coming up with $10,000, $20,000, paying some people to make you a pre-rendered trailer, and throwing that up on Steam. That's the easy part. That's easy to do. What's hard is actually making that game fun and making it well. They haven't proven that they can do that. Gamers just want honest studios. Give me the vision, give me what you have, and tell me what you try, but don't fake it. Yeah, I don't like the fake either. It's very well faked. It reminds me of the Alcahest trailer. I think I showed this to you guys. This game about making I mean, it's again, some of this is like, oh, they're just showing a clip from a pre-rendered cutscene, right? That's fine. Showing me cutscenes, especially, you know, to like get into the game. But then they don't tell you any of this. They just say it's gameplay. But it's definitely not gameplay. None of this is. 0% of this trailer is gameplay. Kind of sad though, but yeah. I know you know this carriage? Oh shit. They use an asset? Slept there many years ago. Being games low-key happy for an Oblivion remake. I tried to play through Oblivion a while back and couldn't do it because of how terrible it looked. I don't know how to feel about the Oblivion remake. I mean, I'm okay with it, but I really, really hope that it is not running in Unreal Engine like people say. The game is called Skyrim. I can't see them. I don't know. People are fucking crazy. The leaks are that the Oblivion remake is, I quote, I shit you not, quoted as running in Unreal Engine, rendered in Unreal Engine for the graphics, but running in Creation Engine. I still have yet to figure out how that's supposed to work. Is of Oblivion released until finally Elder Scrolls 6 comes up. I'm scared about it. I really am. And you know, in one case, I would love to play Oblivion in Unreal Engine 5. But at the same time, I just don't... I don't understand how they would be so dumb as to remake the game in Unreal over just using the creation engine. And this is according to leaks. Personally, I don't really see anything here that indicates that they are using Unreal, except for maybe some of these shots have the... Well, I don't know, it's really hard to tell. I hope not. I hope they're using the creation engine. I mean, I think the creation engine can look pretty good. You can't use Unreal 5 as a graphics layer. You'd have to rip. You'd either have to rip out all of the rendering of Unreal, which I don't know if Epic would allow. It's source code available, but Unreal 5 is not open source. Epic still owns the source code. They just allow you to make custom versions of the engine. I don't understand this claim. Is there something about Unreal 5 that I'm not understanding? Like, they're either using Creation Engine or they're using Unreal Engine 5. I don't know. Same thing Halo Remasters did. Unreal Creation. I don't get where this claim comes from because it doesn't make sense to me. Like, you either use Unreal but then just, you know, copy some source code over from Creation Engine and then update it for the API, which I don't really see the point in doing, but I guess Oblivion is old enough that maybe it's okay because you'd have to remake all the code anyway in a lot of cases for Creation Engine 2. Or you just use Creation Engine. I don't get it. And I don't know why they would use Unreal 5 over Creation Engine when Creation Engine has an established modding platform and is way more moddable than Unreal Engine 5. It's like, okay, you make a really good looking Oblivion that now fragments the player base and the modding base, and now they have to learn a whole new API and modding platform. I just don't see it. Which seems to me that, okay, maybe they're using some rendering code from Unreal with Epic's permission, which doesn't seem likely, but I guess it's possible. But it's all still Creation Engine. Convince NPCs that they either don't need to resolve that problem or that a different potion would be better. Hey, is Creek can play RuneScape Dragon Wilds? Probably not. I don't really have any interest in survival games anymore. I'm kind of fatigued out of that genre. Like, okay, you chop down some trees, you mine some rocks. Eh. I don't know how to put it. Just genre fatigue from survival games. One originally suggested. In either case, this will nullify or modify that specific problem. Genre stale. I mean, what does the new game do that is supposed to be different from the rest? Like if we just remove the whole aspect of being in Gielinor. Oh, it's a forgotten continent. Okay, so get a whip, okay. But if we remove all of that, what does it do that's special? Okay, I can fight enemies. Mention whip. I can use spells to do the same things I would do in any other game. I can use the same skill as everybody to get across a gap. Okay. So it's really just about selling the game based on the identity. Which, I mean, I'm not saying that that's a bad thing or that it won't work, but it is what it is, right? Is the combat at least, like, good? Is it a well-made open world survival craft, or is it just kind of feel like others? It was much better than I expected. Good. I mean, it is early access too. I'll just see what this game is for, since it doesn't quite capture what I enjoy about either type of game. Just put me in the mood to play either Enshrouded or RuneScape. Launching without skill lines for magic or range combat was also a poor move. Oh yeah, kind of crazy. Check it out later, maybe. Survival with a very small amount of RuneScape sprinkled in. Our world with a RuneScape theme, but no friendly pets. Complete reskin, nothing new here. I'm gonna be honest, that's kind of how it feels. It just looks like any other open world survival crafter. RuneScape mostly in theme. Saw someone playing it earlier. This feels very same compared to other survival games. Open the crafting menu. I thought they've actually launched Enshrouded. I mean, maybe if this game had come out 5 years ago, it would feel different. But it looks like if it's basically just any other open world survival craft with the RuneScape theme, which for people who like that theme might enjoy this. But there's nothing compelling to draw me into playing this game over other survival crafters at the moment. It's still early access, that might change, but that's just kind of my initial feelings. Funny when a viewer writes a dissertation after only playing a couple hours. Well, I agree with that. I agree with you on that. I often have to play way more than 2 hours of a game to discern if it's good or not. Some games just have bad starts. I feel the same way with like TV shows. Some TV shows that I really like just have poor first couple episodes. That doesn't mean they're bad shows, it just means that they didn't really hit those first strides very well. I mean, I played probably 10 hours of Schedule 1 pirating it before I bought it. Some games just require a bit more time to settle in. I don't know, I don't play a whole lot of open world survival crafts. Like, I didn't play Enshrouded. You know, a lot of these have like PvP elements, or they feel too similar to like Rust. The co-op based ones would be more interesting to me, but at the same time, do I really want to load up a game to hit some trees and rocks and build a house when in like every respect these games just feel inferior to me than Minecraft? I don't know. Maybe I'm old. I think I'm just getting old. Technical requirements per problem. And can be modified sometimes by dialogue. I just sort of asked, as you, the player, are the specialist, you might know better what is needed and or possible to make. Just as when going to see a doctor, you can give your best guess based on your own symptoms, but aren't as knowledgeable about the spectrum of possibilities. Several genres have gone away with making unoriginal copies of previous survival games for years with very little innovation. It has. It absolutely has, and I think that you could argue that that's what the players want, though I think it's more that it's a very, very big, wide-reaching genre that players are really expecting to see innovation, and they keep trying, like, oh, maybe this one will be it. And then it's like, doesn't really do it. Okay, maybe this next one will be it. Well, you know. And it just keeps going and going and going. And I think some of them have enough lasting appeal to hold players off until the next game that comes out. I mean, I would kind of say that my compatriots over at Far From Home did at least do something quite a bit different with Forever Skies. You know, they at least gave a purpose to building your base that made sense within the concept of the game. And I'm glad to see that it's getting some good success here. We hope to meet up with them again this year and share a beer. You didn't see the appeal? I played it a bit, but this was, you know, back when it was still in development, so I don't know how much it's changed. I don't have very much time to look at all these things. New Last Epoch season, which looks pretty cool. I'll probably play some of that on the weekend, although I won't have much time. So busy. So busy. Mandragora comes out tomorrow. As far as Dragon Wilds, it's a lot better than I expected, but if it wasn't RuneScape themed, I wouldn't play it. That makes sense. That's fair. I'm gonna watch some of like Asmongold playing it, I think. I don't know if he has a video up of it yet. I know he said he played it. No, I'd have to check out the VOD. Scoring potions. You know what? I do have some of our scoring potions info in the old GDD. However, I don't know how much of this I want to copy over. Entered the first dungeon was pretty boring, just generic stone walls with a few enemies sprinkled around. Walls and traps in some hallways. Yeah, that's worrying. Is it procedurally generated? Or is it like you play on like a map? I think that's like Valheim. Somebody correct me because I've never played these games. So is that like Valheim where you have like a map? Because Valheim isn't procedurally generated either, right? Oh, Valheim is procedural, okay. But there's like, I think Valheim is like, it's procedural, but then biomes are kind of built with a bit of a formula. Dragon Wilds is pre-made map. They don't really have an excuse then if it's a pre-made map. I mean, they have no excuse then for boring content like that. Does it feel like they put out Dragon Wilds too soon? And is it true that they didn't have ranged and magic trees? Definitely feels too soon. I mean, you could argue that. Well, no, I wouldn't. I wouldn't say that they went to their early access with vertical slice. Although it kind of is the vertical slice. Maybe I'll try it. Can use range magic, but it's stuck at level 1. Yeah, that feels too soon. It also feels like if they have a pre-made map, while I prefer that, I think it's also going to reduce the replayability of the game quite heavily. Which is, it's fine, you know, an open world survival crafter doesn't need to have infinite playtime. In fact, the idea of a, you know, 40, 50 hour open world survival craft is perfectly okay with me. But I think for the genre, that is not as common. There was a dragon encounter. The dragon spit poison all over the ground. Fortunately, a goblin killed me, so I didn't get to see what happened after. Oh. Oops. I feel like this made sense, this main potion scoring section from the previous document. I think I should remake this section. Here's my question though, Ice Creek, is do you think that by the time the game is developed further, that people will still care, or will they have moved on to other games? Probably move on. I feel similarly. I never played Enshrouded though. I imagine that people are still playing Enshrouded. I don't really know what it's got good reviews. Oh, it's by Keen Games. I know Keen Games. They made what's the Space Engineers. Well, they have a pretty good background then for survival crafters. Looks pretty cool. Hmm. The combat looks pretty decent here in this game. Is the combat as good as it looks, or as decent as it looks? Nice roadmap. Well, they made a shit ton of money from this, that's for sure. Good price too. Very fair. Okay, let's see. Let's try to get a restore and fortify health. With frenzy would be nice too. Yeah, that'll be a good example. Very sour. It's gonna me realize that if OSR was converted into a regular RPG, it'd be so cool. Like a single player RPG. Like action combat. I think it would be. It's got a unique, compelling world with, you know, a lot of lore that's been built up over the past couple decades. But knowing Jagex, they jumped in on the survival craft train. Imagine if any Jad but action combat would be pretty crazy. You know, I think the idea of like, especially like overhead prayers would be pretty cool in, you know, like third person or even first person. I think third person ARPG would be pretty cool for the game. Went to the total maximum score. What do I mention? The 0 to 100. Oh, I see outcome thresholds. Hmm. I think I can copy this. I just need to rename commissions to like problems. Let's see. And move that over. It's commission score, scoring potions provided for problems. Behind scenes value indicating how well the player satisfies a problem with the potion provided. Technically experienced something like Vorkath until a goblin killed me. I don't know, I'll give it a try. This weekend though I'm gonna be really number one, Saturday I have way too much shit to do. I won't even be in town or at my computer. Sunday, similar. Monday I might, because I have Monday off next week. And I'll probably just be playing Mandragora. I want to stream some of it, but at the same time I don't know if I do need a little bit of a break, and streaming is kind of tiring. But I think I'm going to be playing this instead. Because I fell in love with the demo, and it looks really good. So I think I'm gonna play this. But I can always check out the Dragon Wilds game in the future. That our final score is a score between 0 and 100. It's possible in the scoring process to have a score over 0 and 100. Score under 0 and over 100. In the end, we clamp it between 0 and 100. We then use the final score, clamped value between 0 and 100. Thank you for reiterating that it is clamped. To figure out which threshold we have surpassed, for example, here are the prototype thresholds we use. Since these are thresholds, and the player must meet or exceed a threshold to be counted as passing that threshold. Score of 70 therefore result in the NPC having their story outcome be good, or having that problem outcome. I want to make a survival crafting game, but there are no tiers of tools. That is quite different. What's your reasoning for that? Always thought starting in the Stone Age, progressing to the Bronze Age and onward is silly. Fair. It's also overdone. That familiarity though was kind of nice because people know that they can start up a new game and be like, okay, I can find some rocks and sticks, I combine it to make an axe, right? Like in one part, yes, it's overdone, but in another part, it's familiar. So it's nice. People can load up any survival game and know what it's like. Check Schedule 1. It doesn't have tiers of tools directly. This is true. Schedule 1 doesn't have tiers of tools. It has the tiers in Schedule 1 are the drugs that you make. Oh, the game does get old pretty fast. One of problem satisfaction is more appropriate. A morally evil character who has their problem satisfied perfectly will result in the threshold of exceptional being met. That doesn't necessarily mean that the outcome is morally exceptional. What writers do with the story outcome for each of these thresholds is up to them, but we simply categorize the thresholds by a score and look at it from a viewpoint of problem satisfaction. It is worth reiterating that these thresholds and their names are never shown to the player, which helps prevent any dissonance between an in-game outcome and the way that we developers refer to them. This is true. starting to wonder if I should capitalize problem just to indicate that it is a proper term here. I think I should. I feel like we use it a lot though. Consistency in terminology. What is a problem? I hope I've been poisoned. This is my problem. And then you provide a potion to resolve that problem. And an NPC can come in with multiple problems, but each problem, again, one potion per problem. Quest, kind of. But because it's referring to a system, a request exactly, whatever we call them, the most important thing is that it is understandable and has consistent wording. Mission. Commission I used before. I don't like that term. This is an okay usage. An order. Well, sometimes they might have a problem that they don't know they could get a potion to resolve. But yeah, I'm going to use a capital letter here just so we can understand it as a system rather than just a word. Quandary is a good synonym, though fewer people know the word quandary versus problem. The problem sounds really simple, kind of lame, but everybody understands what a problem is. It's easy to explain too. And say, well, it's like walking into the doctor's office. You might have a lot of problems that you feel, and each one might have a different solution. Some of them might be treated by the same solution. Okay. That's fixed. Okay, scoring of the potion provided for a problem is done separately. For the total maximum score, we don't use main potions or secondary potions anymore. I like the idea of that in theory, but after testing it, it was just complex. It was annoying. You know, like Spoon would come asking for a poison or something, but then he would ask for like something else separately. And you were supposed to provide the poison as the main potion, but then the other thing is a secondary potion. But then you could apply any number of secondary potions, which was confusing. It didn't make sense. It just didn't make sense. Now they could be separate problems. So the first problem could be I need to get past some angry people. Second problem, I need to make sure that I can carry my loot out safely. Now each of these has a single potion that you give for that. I think it'll make it easier for the player to understand it. It'll make it easier to score these, easier to apply the outcomes. All of it easier. This can probably just be deleted, these two sections. First we check between the expected main potion and the main potion. First, do a check between the expected potion and the potion that the player has provided. Test to see if the expected effects have been at least satisfied to the expected tier. Obviously, an effect like Regenerate Health 2 satisfies the expectation of Regenerate Health 1, since it is a tier upgrade. Flat upgrade. All effects are satisfied. We apply a base satisfaction score of 70. Again, this is out of a clamped value between 0 and 100. I don't think we need to do that anymore. Mainly because each will be scored separately. We need a whole different scoring system for this, though. Ugh. I'd have to redesign our scoring system to accommodate this new problem. Replacing main and secondary potions. I really don't want to design that right now, though. Because I have a whole bunch more shit to write. I don't want to waste time on a whole bunch of useless math that I can solve at a later time. Fuck. Do I just keep it empty for right now? I could. Alternatively, I could just keep it simple for right now and not go into details about it. So basically just keep the math out of it. Some effects may have no impact on the final score if, for instance, that effect wouldn't have any impact on the story of the character, or on the problem that the character had. A restore essence effect doesn't do anything to a knight looking for a healing potion. This wouldn't hurt or help the potion score. Conversely, a potion with bulwark would probably help that knight survive, whereas a potion with slow would probably hurt. Due to this and the sandbox nature of potion making, of alchemy, we have to apply a set of bonuses and penalties for whatever potion is given to the NPC. Whereas whatever potion is provided for that specific problem. Capitalized problem. Similarly to effects, we also provide a bonus or penalty for the desired flavor, if there is one. I don't know why there should be a comma there. I don't think there should be. I think it's being a bitch. Yeah, I don't want to explain this yet because I need to come up with new math for the system. Yeah, I don't want to worry about that. Same with secondary. Fuck that. This is not needed. Not needed. Not needed. Not needed. Since each potion, or since each problem is separate, and each has its own potion provided, we can carefully craft unique outcomes for each individual scenario. sometimes overriding. Well, let's not even put that there. Keep it simple. Oh, should probably call PP for short. Ugh. Hey Kent. He wants to create this overcomplicated UI that will take weeks to code in QA versus the obvious thing that would take one day. Your prime minister wants to create this overcomplicated UI. Classic. Okay, we know that we need to come back and probably expand on this once we figure out more about the problem system, but for now I'm going to keep it like that. Dialogue. Dialogue. Product manager. I know what you meant. I just see PM and I think Prime Minister. I've been in scenarios like that though. Hey, look at this this mock-up of this UI that I made. That's so cool. If we had 2 other UI designers and like 10 weeks to make. The dialogue system is heavily inspired by JRPG games compared to more cinematic RPGs. We show the player the entirety of, I wouldn't even say it's just JRPG games, so let's say JRPG and CRPG games. They'll play the entirety of a response right away and don't feed the player line by line. This way, a fast reader can get through dialogue faster than the voice actor may perform the line read. I think that the whole dialogues, I think this whole section will just have to be gone through once a narrative designer is on board. No, they need to be the product owner of that. Promise he and the designer go to town on their own, then the whole Figma emerges and is handed over to devs. No input. Oh, wonderful. Yeah. I feel like that should be something that is handled with whatever your version of a lead programmer would be. To be like, this is not feasible, this is not feasible. And like a producer, again, I don't know what software development's version of a producer is. Like, okay, we have 2 weeks to implement this feature. What are some design ideas and goals? Well, this is a rough mock-up. And then, you know, lead programmer can take a look at it and say, well, that's a bit too complicated for 2 weeks, I'm going to tell you that, so let's cut it back. This requires a new input system or something, you know, we have to make a new module. I hate that I still have that stupid elf icon for fucking Alaric. There's a mage too. I should fix that. Supposed to be a mage and an alchemist actually, but whatever. And respond with roll shown to, provided the player meets the requirements to see the line. In the case that the player doesn't, we never show that line to the player. I'm not really a big fan of RPGs that show the player missed lines, like, oh, if my technology skill was 10 points higher, I could have clicked this line. I don't like it. I get why it's done, but I feel like it just kind of creates, I don't know if FOMO is the right phrase here. It's more, if you have a way of boosting your technology skill in this example by 10 points, I feel like it often encourages players to save scum. And for people that don't want to save scum, it kind of just creates like frustration that, oh, if I had just thought of that beforehand, or if I had boosted all my skills beforehand, maybe I could have resolved this dialogue in a different way. If you just don't show the player that they could have done it, then players just will let the story unfold as they might, right? So yeah, not a fan of showing dialogue options that the player can't click on. It also just clutters up the screen. You know, you have like 5 things that you could have clicked on, but you didn't meet the requirements. If you're mechatronics, app always addresses a specific market need or solves a real-world problem that companies or people are willing to pay to resolve. So what does the app do? Good question. I don't know what Kent is working on. I've always found that world fascinating, though. I've worked with software developers in game development. Very different way of looking at software. I know some of them were able to adapt pretty well. Others could not adapt to, well, now the point of the software is to be fun. And they kept thinking about it in like terms of software development. A natural process for the player and isn't gamified in any way. Player will need to talk to characters they meet and either ask them about the issues they're facing directly or stumble upon different problems as they discuss something seemingly unrelated. It encourages players to be more exhaustive than in a traditional RPG where you can simply ask, do you have a quest for me? And have the game shove that into your quest log. There is no quest log in Cauldron Chronicles. And the player will need to manually track problems. Think of this as more of a friendly interrogation as opposed to generic quest receiving. Hey Lepus, feeling better? I am feeling better. I don't know what happened yesterday. I woke up with the most splitting headache that I've had probably in the last year, and my stomach was horrible, and I threw up. I went back to bed because I couldn't even drink water because I just felt nauseous, and that's what I threw up. I couldn't take medicine because I felt like I was gonna throw it up, and so I just kind of laid in bed with a horrible headache for a couple hours. Then when my stomach started to feel a bit better, because I did take some Pepto-Bismol, which for people in Europe is just pink bismuth, which apparently you can't get here in Europe. Pink bismuth is not sold. Very weird. It has no side effects. It's very safe. Can't find it, so I have to I smuggle it in from the US. And then I started to feel a bit better, but I still had the headache for the whole day until 5 p.m. Horrendous. I think maybe I ate something bad or whatever. I don't know why pink bismuth is not sold in Europe. It's a miracle drug. For upset stomach, nausea, diarrhea. I have an equivalent? They might. I never understood why it was not sold in Europe, because there's no... The worst thing that can happen is that you get black tongue, because I think of the oxidization of the bismuth. But it's just a temporary non-health problem. It's just the bismuth oxidizes and turns black, and then it just goes away. Learn to write in English. It's my goal. ChatGPT recommended I should write on chat in real world. I think ChatGPT can be a great teacher for learning like that. I think that's pretty cool. Yeah, I think just immersing yourself in trying to talk to people is probably a good way. Let's see if ChatGPT knows. Why is pink bismuth not sold for medical purposes in Europe, despite being effective and having virtually no negative side effects? Not widely sold for medical purposes in Europe for a few reasons. Regulatory and approval differences. Not been granted approval due to preference for alternative treatments, lack of updated clinical trials, concerns about salicylate, similar to aspirin. Well, aspirin's sold here. Sensitivity, ulcers? Well, everything has sensitivity. Oh, they are still being used just for other reasons. Europeans often use charcoal, herbal remedies, or other antidiarrheals. Okay. Weird. Huh. Leading question. But it doesn't. If you look at adverse effects, black tongue and stools, but that's completely harmless, temporary and harmless. Long-term use may lead to accumulation and toxicity. Well, great, so does everything. Ideally, we shouldn't take high daily intake of it. Okay, nursing mothers shouldn't use it. Fine. Toxic to cats? Well, don't give it to cats then. There's no bad interactions. I don't know. Who knows? I find it works well. You know what? I want to get a copy too of what behind the scenes. All dialogue is written with the Narrative 3 plugin, which we will probably use for production 2. An example encounter with branching can be seen below. The visual nature makes it very easy to edit and organize. Well, it makes it somewhat easy to organize. Throughout dialogue, though mostly unknown to the player, they will experience various conditionals and events that will modify gameplay and or future dialogue. These might be things like choices that the player makes or has made that are remembered and used to form branching in the future. We can also check conditions such as player inventory, current time or weather, etc., to craft unique responses where we would want them. And even check if a player has read a book or caught a specific type of fish before. All of these may be used by the narrative team to tell unique stories. Did some research on blade tags, they do some interesting. They can be used from data table. Yeah, they can. Stability file. Yeah. There's some nice uses for them. I'm not an absolutist though. I know some people are like, oh, you don't need to use booleans or enums now that you have tags. And it's like, well, they all have good uses and they all have some bad uses too. They're nice though. They're a nice augment. But there haven't been many, I don't know. There haven't been many cases where I look at them and be like, well, like I've said before, games were made before gameplay tags existed. And I think if you have one way of thinking about a function with gameplay tags, you can probably find a way to do that same function with older methods of, you know, like even like an array of enums or something. Story outcome, story interconnection. What do we have for story outcomes in the previous GDD? Did we have anything about it? Don't know. We did. They're used exactly for just in the context of gameplay, but not to replace bools. No, I mean, I think there was I saw a video about it where it was like, oh, is on fire, is chilled, is poisoned. Well, clearly you don't want to use booleans for that, but I think anybody using booleans for that, even if you don't know what to use instead, you can probably understand that that's probably not the greatest way to do it. But you could still do it that way, just going to be a little bit more complicated from the back end and probably a little bit more prone to bugs. Like you could also use an array of enums for statuses. You know, you can only have one, they're bit masked, so if you wanted to store the current effects of the player as an array of enums, yeah, you could do it. I don't see why not. Yes, gameplay tags could solve that too, so I don't know. Alright, give me a second, I'm gonna go to the bathroom. Enjoy the Octopath Traveler music. Kurwa. Always get tangled. So is it kind of a millennial boomer take for me to be upset that phones don't have headphone jacks anymore? I hate Bluetooth headphones because they don't fit my ears. I have very small ear canals. They're all too big. They're either super painful or they don't fit. Generic and unique outcomes. I mean, I guess this is okay. It's... Eh. Eh. Yeah, I'll do it. So you want to have a USB port. There's actually a pretty big lack of innovation in the smartphone market these days. Like every smartphone looks pretty much the same as any other, and they all have pretty much the same features mechanically as all the others. PC's a transition. I don't know if USB-C will disappear anytime soon. It's not, there isn't enough widespread replacement for like, for cables. As the smartphone has reached the peak of possible design, maybe. At least for the technology we have now, maybe it has. Very possible. Smart glasses? I do not know what to think about smart glasses. I mean, we had Google Glass. I think it was called Google Glass. Many years ago, and the main concern with it was privacy concerns. Which I think are still a concern. Privacy and security. Just how time has gone from a pocket watch to a wristwatch and back to a pocket watch. Have you seen that kids can't read analog clocks anymore? Like kind of wild. Phone's in your pocket. But you'd think they'd be able to read an analog clock. I don't think it's that complex. Do kids need to read analog clocks? I don't know. Maybe it's just a case that kids just don't need to know how to read analog clocks anymore. How many cases in the modern day for an analog clock? No, not really. I can't think of any. Example we can give is a thief character who you can meet, but who gets arrested by a knight character you meet after tipping him off about the thief's activities. Alternatively, you might be able to warn the thief that the knight is looking for him. Or, of course, you can kill them both. Kind of lame sections, but they exist. Ooh, the open world section has a lot of shit in it. I've been thinking too that while, let me see here. I don't want to spend too long writing the GDD, and arguably speaking, like I've said before, it's not really important to have. We could always finish it later, like after Digital Dragons. There are some more important things I'd like to have. So I think maybe we'll try to finish it up this week, or just write as much as we can this week. And then whatever we don't have left, I'll just move on and we'll do like the pitch deck. What are the other documents I have to write? Pitch deck. I don't think pitch deck should take me too long, but it might take up to 1 day. One pager and customer profile. I'll have to do some work on the trailer off screen. Mainly like recording the, I don't know, it's just easier for me to do video editing off screen. PD pitch deck trailer. We still need to do some work on the build. Budget. I could record gameplay for the trailer, but I need to know what I want to actually show in the trailer. We'll think about it. I might be worrying too much. I might have enough time to do the GDD. We might be okay. Which, by the way, after Digital Dragons, I'm not going to be like pitching for probably a couple weeks. I'm going to be setting up meetings with publishers after that, so we can still take some time to do some additional work and fix some things up, and then I can continue to pitch. I just would like to have most of the things done by the end of the month here. Where possible. Sports a vast open world with plenty of activities and progression. Rather than being a simple shopkeeping game. Durable, an English word? Yeah, it is. Even a game where the open world only exists for ingredient gathering, we're leaning more into the world being a form of progression on its own. If one half of the game is helping NPCs with their problems, the other half is using your alchemical skills and knowledge to progress through the open world. Oh, Cuthbert and I also had some pretty cool ideas for the game's main story and the character's progression through that. I'll have to share it with you guys when we get some time to talk about it. Where did I put it? Yeah, because we wanted some more reasons behind like the corruption and how the player interacts with that and how the player actually would solve the main story. And one of the things I'm trying to draw inspiration from here is like Elden Ring. Most people play Elden Ring and they spend, I don't know what, like 90 hours playing through the campaign of Elden Ring. But if you know what you're doing, you can beat Elden Ring from start to finish in like 2 hours. It isn't that difficult. I like the idea of encouraging speedruns and giving optimal players a faster pathway to solving the main story. So we're trying to do something pretty similar to that, in a different way. Okay. Overview and goals. Biomes, general biome design. Okay, speedrun a game where the NPC take a while to show up. Well, since you don't have to help any of the NPCs, or you might want to try to help as many as possible, the main story is tied to the NPCs, but is completely solvable without the help of NPCs. There may be a line of efficiency here where if you try to do it without helping any NPCs, you will probably spend more time than if you helped a few NPCs. We can explain more of that at some point. But it has to do with these items that you get called Hearts of the Forest, that you can either corrupt or purify, and how you use them to either corrupt the world or purify the world. But NPCs are not the main story. In our... Which pillar was it? It wasn't... Where did I put it? Organic progression. Exploration is an action undertaken by the player. This action must lead to discovery in order for the open world to have meaning. What would you do to handle an idea guy kind of client that wants to make a game but actually has no idea what they're doing? I think the best case scenario is to let them agree and let them pay every step of the way. I've seen some people like that in our own chat. I've worked with some people like that. Personally, this is just me. I wouldn't work with people like that. I mean, they can think that they know what they want, but that doesn't mean that the game's going to be good. And they need a reality check fast. I mean, you might be somebody who's like, okay, well, if they're paying the money, I'll just accept the money, and, you know, it turns out to be shit, that's not my problem. But they probably think that they're the game designer, right? That, oh, I have the ideas, that means I'm the game designer. That means everybody has to listen to me. And what I say is right or wrong. People with either large egos or massive amounts of ignorance, or both. Because I piss off really quick. Well, yeah, I don't want to work with people like that. Nothing's going to get done. They don't have the first understanding of how games get made, and so they have no use. They have no use. You can get 15 developers in a room and they will have just as good, if not better, ideas than this idea person. And the difference is that they can actually work on different parts of the game, as opposed to this person who serves no purpose other than telling you how they think the game should be made, but has no understanding of how the game should be made. Let's put it that way. I mean, you can have people as consultants, right? If you have like, you know, let's just say like, for instance, like Moist Critical Charlie wanted to make a game, right? He's probably got enough money to do it. But he just wanted to like give you the high level overview of how he sees the game doing, and he would, you know, hire you or your company or something to develop the game for him. That doesn't mean that he's going to know the low level design of how this should work, but he's just telling you, here's the premise of what I want it to be, the genre, how I kind of want it to play. That doesn't mean that he's the idea guy, it just means that he's coming to you as a client to, you know, pay for you to make the game. He's more like a publisher in that case, right? There was an idea guy who paid game devs to make his dream game, and it was actually looking like a cool game until the project got canceled. Which game? Because again, you know, if like, I'm making an MMO game, or let's say Asmongold wanted to make an MMO and fronted it with his own money, I would trust him because he's played a lot of MMOs. He is a very good individual to have as consultant for design. But that doesn't mean that he knows how to do game design or how to do, you know, like low-level design, balancing, things like that. He would just be somebody with an immense amount of knowledge that can act as a consultant for the design team, or as a producer of some sort, essentially. He may not be doing the you know, like production management, but he would just be a producer who appears on the calls, listens to how the game is going, provides input for systems, or is on design calls and provides input there. That can work very well. Don't get me wrong. Everland. I think I've heard of that one. Did we talk about the open world too much over here? A little bit. A little bit. Or not. No, we won't charge $2 for Fast Travel Crystals DLC. I imagine I was playing Dragon's Dogma around that time that I wrote that. As it appears. A fast travel system would be kind of nice, though. Like to talk about as a section. Would fit well here. Is that a thing in Dragon's Dogma, or just poking fun at monetization? No, that was a thing. I think it still is a thing in Dragon's Dogma 2. Unless they removed it. Here it is. You can buy an extra port crystal for, like, actually it's like $3. Oh man. I can't even believe that this many people bought it to review it. Forgive me, brothers, for I have sinned. People have better intuitions than others when it comes to game ideas. Most of you guys are tone deaf to their own shortcomings, but occasionally get an idea guy who's a true visionary. I mean, visionaries are nice to have, this is true. But most visionaries in game dev also know how to make a game. They're at least like a programmer. They don't have to be the best programmer, but the ideas are cheap. There's so many, it's so easy to come up with a good game idea. It's infinitely harder to actually make that idea. I mean, if I had the time and the money or the team to make every game idea I had, I'd be sitting on at least a dozen winners. But I don't. And sometimes, you know, you start working on something, you think it's good, and then it turns out to be shit. And so the idea was good, or you thought it was good on paper, but then it's not. I don't think idea guys are worth that much. They're not worth paying a salary to. Have a variety of activities to accommodate multiple desires. So that the world doesn't feel like it just exists to collect ingredients. Make sure unique locations have unique discoveries much as possible. Use landmark driven level design to gauge the player's sense of curiosity and encourage them to take a step forward. What about events like in Stardew Valley? Like events that happen at certain times of the year? Or just events in general that change the landscape a bit? By the year. Yeah, I think that we can touch on that a bit in the random events section. Where, you know, maybe there's like a... But I'd rather tie it to more like, yeah, like moon jelly stuff or unique phenomenon that happen at certain times of the year under certain conditions. And maybe this enables you to collect some like unique ingredients or see something that's visually memorable. I know a good example was the bioluminescent algae. You know, like this phenomenon? I think this is really cool. If the player just discovers this on like you know, some available on like 3 nights during the summer or something. We don't tell the player that it's happening. Players will just discover it, and I think that that provides a cool bit of depth and visual appeal to the level. It is pretty cool though. We can always backfill some goals as we think of them, because sometimes I might get inspired to think of a goal as we're writing one of these other sections, so we'll backfill it. Day-night cycle. The day-night cycle in Cauldron Chronicles passes naturally, as opposed to a game where the player needs to sleep in order to pass a day. Stepped away from a team I put up recently. The goal was to make the game together, and as a start, I made all the research and gave all ideas. They just accepted it. They barely put in any input. Basically became the idea. I finally stepped away because after seeing, they were expecting me to lead everything. And they would just go silent if I don't give any update. Oh, yeah, so they're the task jockeys. It's, oh, if I don't have a task to do, then I'm not going to do anything. And it's like, well, okay, this would work great if we didn't all need to work together, right? It's a game I prefer events and games that are not tied to real-world time or events. Or time-bound, instead I prefer having control over their appearance. I think we can do a mix of both. Sounds like me? What do you mean sounds like me? What do you mean? I do lots of work without having to wait for tasks. I mostly do jobs without thinking about tasks. Customer games coming out are either garbage or mid. That's because the Venn diagram overlap people with the skill set to become influential in a project. And the people who have good intuition is very narrow. With the skill set. I don't know. I think it's multivariate. I mean, 2-week game stream? Which one? You mean like playing games? I play games both as a way to take a break, to avoid burnout, but also to play games that are kind of in a similar vein to mine. So usually like RPGs, immersive sims, games where you're doing like some shopkeeping or like management. What do I want to write here for day-night cycle? Some screens and pop-ups will pause the game, especially the escape menu, but others allow time to continue in the background. Our current day-night cycle. How long does it take for days to pass right now? Yeah, my main reason for playing games on stream is to avoid burnout. I don't want to end up hating working on Cauldron Chronicles or any game that I work on. It's like, you know what? Taking a break, play a new game, take a refresher. And usually I use that time as well to reformulate what I want to work on next. Since I'd rather spend more time working on the game than thinking of tasks to do in the game. Just depends. Real-time minutes which will pass between sunrise and sunset. That's 30 minutes per day. That's pretty long. $30 minutes. I think Skyrim is 12-minute days. Oh, I don't know where I got 12. Maybe 12 is Stardew. I think Stardew is 12 minutes. It's 20 in-game. 13.5 minutes real time. 72 minutes is long. Wow, Day with equal amount of day and night. This might change later in development as needed or as desired. You should read the document I sent out? I have not. I have not. Take your time with it. I have no time to look at anything. Only one person that can write the GDD. And that's me. Only one person that's going to make the pitch deck. If I don't look at it before Digital Dragons, just hit me up after Digital Dragons, and then we can take a look. Because I'm going to take a bit of a break from game dev after that. Give the writer free reign on the story. He made characters in a setting in 2 pages and a half-page dialogue. Tried to help him a little, give more elements, and he said it would clash with what he was working on. Turns out after some time he didn't work on it because he was waiting for more input from me. You know, I found the same thing, Lepus, where there's just a lot of people that are not self-motivators, or they just are motivated but they don't know what to do next, so they're too new to game development. The problem is that if you're the most skilled and motivated in the team and everybody else is kind of the person you're describing, you would get no work done because you are then having to help everybody else to get their work done. That doesn't really help the game get done either. It's hard to find people that you could bring onto your team and they just kind of can be like, okay, I understand what you're trying to make. I'll do this. And then they just do that. And they might need a little bit of feedback, like, hey, do you like how this looks? Okay, I'll keep working on it then. 99.9% of the time, you get people that are exactly like you're describing, sadly. Weather. Say no more. Unmotivated ones become solo indie developers. It's kind of true, Nuclear Fifi. I wish that I could find a good group of people that were both knowledgeable, self-motivated, and weren't going to skimp out the moment there was any real work that needed to be done. But there's so many people that even if they do fit the first 2 criteria, guarantee you 2 weeks in you're going to find a message on Discord that says, hey, I'm sorry, I need to leave the project for personal reasons. It's an agreement, so me stepping down means that I'm leaving the project to them, so I'm going literally for something else. Signed an agreement even. Pretty serious. Things that these people do their own projects. But then why do they join another project? I understand that they want... Well, here's the thing. It's like they simultaneously want to be working on something bigger, but then they do their own projects that never really get anywhere. So it's like you have to pick one. Like you either suck it up and you literally do everything yourself, and there is a 0.0001% chance that you will ever make anything with any sort of financial possibility. Or you find some teams to work in and maybe you can actually make something that will impress a VC or impress an angel investor. But I understand, you know, work on your own dreams, sure, but that doesn't mean that a team can't come up with something that they all unanimously think will be pretty cool to work on. You need to get dirt on your devs so you can blackmail them to stay. Quick experience. I don't know. I'd rather work in a team. The idea of starting a team that, like Last Epoch, right, was built by a team who met on Reddit and were like, hey, we all love ARPGs. We're all game developers. Let's just make an ARPG together. Fuck it. And now we have Last Epoch, one of the, I would say one of the most recent, greatest ARPGs that's been made. And it's getting a new season soon. It's selling like hotcakes. I have to find people who love the same kind of games. That's true. Yeah. Although I think with how much experience I've had with teams, sorry, I know I'm not writing this weather section. I'd rather just find a team of people and then find the game to work on with that team. You know, I know I'm a designer. I can easily come to a bunch of people with an idea. But if I'm wanting to form a team from scratch, I'd rather just say, hey, do you want to work on a game together? Then we can decide what kind of game we want to work on. Won't take very long. I have seen Dragon Wilds. I haven't played it or seen much gameplay of it yet. Last Epoch boring? Yeah, right. Okay, Diablo 4 fan. Are we enjoying your new season without any interesting crafting? Other than Cauldron Chronicles is tied to both season and, well, it's mainly tied to season. Current season of the game. With weather patterns. Simulated more closely to what the player will experience in real life. During summer, you're not going to see snow, for instance. If I go on a team again, it would either be an ongoing project, or if it comes down, or if it comes from me, I would like to have the right to boot people out or something. It is what it is. I mean, if you don't have any money, I get why people who are highly skilled are not going to work on projects for free. However, if you cannot find a job in the industry, if you are like out of a job, you got let go or something because the industry sucks ass like that, I see no reason why you shouldn't be working on something in your spare time. And I'll tell you what, it's probably going to look better. You're going to have something better to show working in a team with other capable people. And that's probably why I see a lot of people who don't do that are still without a job to this date. I mean, it is what it is. It sucks. I'm not going to sugarcoat it for you guys, but most people who get let go from the game industry and are out of a job usually stay that way for a very, very long period of time until they either get lucky or they find some other industry to work in. It's very competitive, and especially with COVID hiring, there were way too many people in the industry to support the amount of development being done. Like theater acting? I don't know anything about theater. I mean, maybe, I guess there are some similarities where I hear there's a lot of actors, but not a lot of actor jobs. And it's just very competitive, and you have, 1,000 people. Well, maybe that's too much, but you have hundreds of people trying to get the same, roles in like a play or a movie or something. That's what you do when you're new. Try to make some small funny games like couch co-op games that sell for €2 to €5 and release them for fun. Don't bloat and work by side on your dream project. I think if you're trying to be financially successful, that probably is the best way. But if you have any misconceptions about making money when you're starting out in game dev, you're gonna face a harsh reality check. That even if that's the best way, that like what Bless3D says, which I think is true, 99.9% of the time, you're not gonna make any money from your games. It just ain't gonna happen. Your best bet is to make them, get whatever money you can, and then just use them as leverage to get a better job in the industry. But working on games you want to play yourself, very much disagree with the make small games mantra. I mean, I kind of agree, Nuclear, with you, but I think that that also requires enough knowledge and motivation to get over the numerous brick walls that you will face like every 30 minutes when you're starting out. You have to do some learning, and I think that making small mechanics or even replicating mechanics from other games can teach you a lot on how to get from point A to point B. And then you can kind of roll that into a larger project. Hey Bruce, how you doing, man? Okay, the player approaches different biomes. Or seasons. We like weather to... Doing good, how are you? I'm doing okay. Still recovering a little bit from yesterday. Trying something that need a budget of... How much is that? 10 million, 10 million, yeah. 1 million, sorry. Knowledge of 10 years, you would just start over again and get for it every time. First day you sit on something for 4 hours. Yeah, I mean there are plenty of cases where people just jump into something that is legitimately not going to work. I mean, we see that all the time on like Kickstarter, right? This guy is looking for $20,000 to make his modern terrorism-themed FPS. With, you know, some AI-generated artwork and an idea. You know, it's just, you haven't made anything. You've just wasted time. There's nothing here. Only 20k get a loan from your bank? Well, he can't make it with 20k. He thinks he can. He's not going to be able to do it. He probably just needs to, like, pay rent or something. Kickstarter straight depression, it really is. You just get a whole bunch of shit like this. Oh wow, 22,000 New Zealand buckaroos to make, oh. Absolutely nothing. Like, bro, Nathan, just go make a game. Just stop being on Kickstarter and just actually just make your game. Go learn something. Oh no, I know you were making fun of him. The fuck is this? Oh my god, you have a text box. Well, have fun. Good luck, sir. An open world game. Wow, an open world game for £700. He wants it to rival AAA games. Yes, flipper extraordinaire. It's just... I could sit here and I could just be really like positive with you guys and say, you can do it. If you can dream it, you can do it. If you dream it, you can with a lot of hard work and failure and retrying and learning. Yeah, you might be able to do it. There's the honest answer. But 99% of the time, you're not going to get lucky. You're not going to have any success. you're going to face setbacks and you are going to think that you're not ever going to make it. You have to keep pushing through that. It's really just perseverance. Accept that you will never know as much as you need to know. You will never be as good as you want to be. And just keep pushing through that and try to learn new things. That's really what it comes down to. Provide a does take time. Provide a solid vibe for the what am I trying to say? What the fuck is this word salad? Only be harvestable. Certain weather appears. Other weather may make traveling more difficult, such as a blizzard making it more difficult to see and giving the player a persistent chill debuff while outside. There's always the question, do you do it for yourself because you want it, or only because you want money, or for other people to look at you? Do it for yourself, nothing will set you back. And your project otherwise be a little low enough to not work anything. Yeah, I mean, let's put it this way. For every For every 1,000 developers that I meet, like aspiring developers, I would say maybe 50 of them make anything. 5 of those will produce a game or do a game jam. And actually, only one of those actually ends up in a game development job at some point. And from there, for every 1,000 actual game developers with jobs, numbers can't be that bad. They are. Yeah, they kind of are. It's not good. Out of 1,000 actual game developers with jobs, I would say that I think that's pretty generous. 100 of those stay in the industry after 2 to 3 years. 10 of those make it past 5 years. Confirm with it. Well, I don't know if there's any real numbers behind this. This is just my observations of the industry. If you can make it past 5 years, you're doing pretty good. But I would say it's still some people get knocked out. So let's say 5 of them make it past 10 years. There's a lot of people that get fucked over after 5 years, or they just can't find a job and then they just go to some other industry. Programmers, you know, are like, hey, I can make more money working in software development and have way less stress. Fair enough, right? Or an artist is like, yeah, I can just go do art for like an outsourcing company, which, you know, you could say then they're still working in game dev, but take jobs at studios. This is how it feels to me. But yeah, the biggest filter is that people need to learn how to use an engine. And most of them get stuck in like tutorial hell, or they realize that their current job already takes enough time and energy that when they come home, they usually don't want to sit in a game engine and try to learn how to make a game. They probably just want to play something or watch a TV show. And it's understandable. I mean, I get tired too. It's not going to happen. It's just, you're busy. You have other life. You have social engagements. You like to go out with your friends from time to time. Yeah, I mean, if you don't have time to dedicate to game dev, you're not going to ever make anything. And even then, you're never going to like produce even a game on your own, because that requires a ton of work and effort from all different aspects. Having to do sound, having to do, you know, the full gameplay loop, touch UI, actually, you know, make it into an executable, adjust the controls. But if you can get that far, you know, you can just keep building on top of that and then end up with some sort of job. But then after that, you're probably not going to last very long. This requires so much solo knowledge that you might not know how to work well in a team, and you might not even prefer working in a team. And here, when you could just work at your own free time, you didn't have any schedule or milestones or necessities to get done by a certain point. Now you're stuck having to figure out, oh, now it's somebody else who controls the vision of the game. I'm just a worker in this case, and we have milestones, and so we have to accept that the game can't be as good as we want it to be in most cases. And yeah, fuck that. I'm just gonna get out of the industry before I fuck my life over for what? A small amount of money? No fame? Just to get axed because Microsoft thinks that you're not making enough money? What's the point of that? It's a shitty industry that filters out a lot of people, and if you have enough passion and perseverance to make it this far, you'll probably be okay, but you will be jaded. You will 100% feel jaded. You've seen it all. It's the same with the stock market. 90% don't beat the S&P 500 because everyone can invest. Most fail because they think it's some fast money, but in the end, time of the market beats timing the market. It's the same with games. Everyone can do it and try it at some point if you don't suck. Get better and make something. That's the same for me at the beginning with UE5, and at some point I realized that the biggest hurdle was actually to turn on the PC and sit down these 30 seconds. Just to press the button made the difference, because before I always thought, takes 3 hours again, but I still want to watch series. In the end, I was just in the tunnel and had fun learning the engine. Yeah. And I think there's a lot of people too that, again, you might not make it this far, but you might just have fun doing like some hobbyist stuff, right? And that's fine. There's nothing wrong with that. But it's just, there's a lot of filters in game development, and you will hit all of them, and you have to get through those filters, and they will get smaller and smaller and smaller as you go. And it takes more work to push through that. Ironically, once you get like 10 years of experience, finding a new job in the industry is actually very easy, because there just aren't as many people that you're competing with. I know that if I apply to like a senior design job, I'm competing with 1/100th or even 1/1000th of the people that are applying for a junior design job. I have a much better chance of getting even an interview for a senior design job than I would for something lower on the totem. Ingredients, the player. And even other life in the world. Shut up. Animals may react differently or may not spawn at all in certain weather conditions. Some may seek out shelter, a more difficult time seeing, hearing. All of this can provide additional depth to the game. We don't see a need to necessarily go above and beyond with variety of weather patterns, states, as much as we'd like to explore greater depth while an understandable, maybe familiar weather patterns states are active. Meaning we don't need to create like a magical rain. I mean, we can make like a magical rain kind of weather pattern, but I think that that's not necessarily as important as that meaning something. Take a look at Terraria. Fantastic example of this. Terraria doesn't do a whole lot of like unique weather effects. It just adds more depth to what you can and can't do, or what you might or might not find during certain events, right? I think a good example is I think there's one with like the petals, or like the slime rain, you know, where like slime is falling down and you can fight a boss, things like that. Add Terraria main theme to the playlist. I'll find it. Playing in my head? Okay. The title screen music, or like the overworld day music? I never liked how Terraria has just a kind of not very big soundtrack. Overworld day music? Okay. It's a good soundtrack, but it does get kind of old pretty quickly. During certain, not if you're autistic, during certain weather patterns, such as a blizzard or thunderstorm, we prevent the game from playing any music tracks. Currently playing ones will finish, but then the system will actively prevent others from starting. This is to capitalize on the ambience of the weather sounds themselves, rather than distract the player with music that drowns out the nature. I don't think a lot of people felt that, but that is how it works in the game right now. That if it's like rainy or something, you will not hear music tracks play. Terraria is such a good game. Okay, Seasons is kind of similar. What the fuck? What is that emote? It's not just in your head anymore. Hey, I'm glad to help out. I think Terraria is a fantastic example of a game that provides greater depth over variety. We really should put it in our inspirations. I wonder if there's like an extended version of the Terraria Overworld theme extended. And there's a 30-minute one. An 11-minute one too. $30 hours loop. Oh my god. We have the same 4 seasons in Cauldron Chronicles that we have in real life, or familiarity. Player will start the game in some season, likely spring. And each season will... Speaking of Stardew, I'll probably just do the 30-day seasons like Stardew does. I mean, what would that end up being? It's 900 real minutes. 15 real hours per season. That's way too long. Way too long. Granted, we did mention that daytime would probably be modified at some point, so we'll still do the 30 days. Transition between the next. Similarly to weather systems, or to weather, seasons will play an important part in adding depth to the game. During certain seasons, only some naturally what I could do is I could get screenshots of the seasons map here. Let me do a Yeah, we'll throw these in then. Example of spring. Note the variety and availability of ingredients and creatures. Example of winter. Note how many of those ingredients, creatures are no longer available. It's gonna chew through so much ink on my printer when I have to print this out. During certain seasons, many plants may become available or unavailable depending on when and where they grow. That emote there? No, I did put that emote there. Sorry to disappoint. Let me get a screenshot of this. Above, you can see that lavender grows in spring, summer, and autumn. When the game transitions, only if it's 18 years or older though, to winter, any lavender growing in the game will become unavailable. Any seeds of lavender planted outside of a greenhouse will die. As such, the player will be unable to find any more lavender during this period of the game. Might make potion making a bit more of a challenge. Conserving rarer ingredients that are only available during certain periods of the year may be prudent. Likewise, some animals will not be present during certain seasons. Their loot, therefore, is also going to be impossible to obtain apart from random loot you might find in a chest, or maybe you could buy it from a merchant. Oh, animal feed into the potion making loop just for ingredients, foraging, other. All three. All three. In fact, we do have an example in our depth level. Where is it? Oh, it's over here. Some ingredients might actually grow on the back of. For instance, this shaga. And you can collect its flower, pretend its flower disappeared and now it doesn't have its flower on its head anymore. That is one example. And perhaps there are ingredients that you can feed or befriend that will hang around, or maybe you can leave something on the ground and the animal will eat it and poop out some ingredients or something. We can do pretty much anything that we set our mind to. Orchar's a deal on Minecraft movie tickets, just $5 each, but then I'd actually have to watch the Minecraft movie. What, you don't want to do something completely ridiculous when Steve says chicken jockey? It's wild how that movie is not good, but because it's so memeable, it's actually become incredibly well-selling. Should I do full elemental damage or should I do full physical conversion? In PoE? I mean, it kind of depends. In PoE 1 or PoE 2? I don't think PoE 2 has that kind of depth, right? So you must mean PoE 1. PoE 1? Okay, so the good game. Fuck it, do full elemental. Like, anything in life doesn't matter if it's good, you can meme it and make billions. You know, I'm glad that at least it's making money, but I wish that it were actually, like, decent. I don't want Hollywood to get the impression that if they just make memeable movies that people will be happy. I actually have an old PoE unique helmets. I have an old version of what's the helmet? Heat Shiver. I think it was this one, right? But I think I have the old Heat Shiver that was like more than +1. Was it Heat Shiver? I thought there was an old version that added like, it was +2 to cold and fire gems. It was really good for elemental arrow. I don't remember what it was. Maybe it wasn't Heat Shiver. Maybe it was... Oh, it was Frost Furno. Yeah, it was the upgrade. I have the legacy Frost Furno with +3 to fire and cold gems. And because fire arrow is considered a fire and cold gem, you actually get +6. Which worked pretty well. I do have a legacy version of that. Pretty cool. That way you could have two 6-links. You could have one 6-link in your bow, one in your body armor, and then you could have a pseudo. You could have a really strong elemental arrow in your helmet too. It's pretty nice. What else do we want seasons to modify? Seasons may also open up new areas for the player to discover, or close them off, conversely. An example could be a fast-moving river that the player can't normally get across, at least without potions, without the help of potions. But during winter, it freezes, and the player can pass it without needing any alchemical assistance. Good enough. Okay, transitioning. First, you need to go and get medically approved by a doctor. No. Transitioning biomes, or seasons. Is likely to be a scripted cutscene that happens during the end of every season. So after the 30-day period is up, this is to ease the technical requirements by a factor of 1,000,000. Trust me, naturally, it would look great. I would love to have it, but holy fuck, I think the lead artist would kill me if I asked for that. So having a scripted cutscene where we then just switch out data layers or modify a master material, way better. Way, way better. We'll likely update some parameters on the master material and swap out data layers, running whatever code necessary at that time to update the world. If for some reason we need to teleport the player back to the hut out of safety or gameplay systems, in order to accomplish this, then we'll do what we need to. It's possible that somebody in the team will have a better idea of how to solve this when we actually start to work on it, so I don't need to have everything solved here, but we have some backups. Worst case. Oh, fuck me. Okay. One section at a time. Having the moon phases detailed would be pretty nice. Maybe we should add that up to the day-night cycle section. I see Dragon Wilds. You are like the 10th person to ask me that. I have seen it. I have not played it yet. I'm gonna check it out at some point, but I probably won't be able to play it myself. I don't know. I kind of stopped playing RuneScape. I'm gonna be honest. I know it's heresy, but don't judge me. But I think it was just taking up too much of my time. I realized that it was an endless dopamine drip that it's the chase. It's like Heroin Hero in South Park. It's just this. That's RuneScape. And it's not just that game, it's a lot of games that are like that. I'm kind of tired of it. I don't know. If you tell me here's this 40-50 hour game, you're gonna experience some really cool stuff and then it's over. Or you can play this game that you'll spend literally thousands of hours in and you will never reach the end. Like, you know, I'm gonna take the 50-hour experience. Also trigger the spread of corruption. Each new moon, so once every... Do we want... Well, I guess it would be. Well... If our seasons are 30 days, that means our years are 120 days. Maybe we'll do every 15 days. To the length... I mean, this can always change. This is just... It exists in writing. That doesn't mean that that's exactly what we're going to do. The length of seasons. Corruption will spawn a biome that does not have it, and all existing corruption will increase by one stage. More can be read about corruption stages here. Let's link to corruption. Nothing much to do. We kind of looked at it. Like, again, I have not seen any gameplay out of it, so I'm completely blind. But to me, it seemed like generic open world survival crafting game with RuneScape skin. So it's like if you like RuneScape and you wanted to play a generic open world survival crafter, there it is. And if you didn't really want another generic survival crafter, then I guess... what's the point? Gather and build a mud hut. Yeah, it's like, I don't know. We were talking about it earlier. I have genre fatigue for survival crafters. I also have genre fatigue for competitive shooters. They're all just the same thing, just with different skins. And the moment you peel away that skin, you realize, oh, it's... yeah, I've seen this game already a million times. I mean, I got into Minecraft, if we want to consider that a survival game, and Terraria, maybe. I don't really know. Where's the survival genre? There it is. Theme survival? I don't know. Well, I guess survival is a theme. I mean, Dredge, I don't know if I would consider Dredge a survival game necessarily, but... yeah, I just don't really have like any of these in my library. I mean, I played some Raft. Raft was kind of cool. Never got super hooked on it. I guess Stalker 2 is a survival game, but I don't really see it as such. Don't Starve. I mean, I played that back in the day. That was back when survival games were actually fresh. But Don't Starve was good. I don't know, Factorio's a survival game. RimWorld, I guess, is a bit. But I don't play a whole lot of RimWorld. Forest, again, this was back in the day when these were pretty big. I don't know, I don't play a lot of Subnautica. I borrowed that from my brother's Steam library, so of course I played a shit ton of that. But that felt unique. Subnautica felt really good. That's one of the best examples of an open world survival crafter, in my opinion. Tried 7 Days to Die back when it was in its infancy. It was okay. War Tales is good. War Tales is fun. I don't know. I don't know, maybe like I'm more into some survival games, but they have to be like unique, right? Like Pacific Drive is fucking awesome. Great game. Hey, August. How you doing, dude? I do not have a biome list. Why are your arms whiter than your face? Probably because I wear a lot of long sleeve stuff from time to time, so I don't know. It's tanned by the monitor. I don't know what to work on anymore. Is that a good thing? Does that mean that you're almost done with your first playable? Or you just burnt out? Thematically appropriate foliage. You know what? Pictures speak louder. Here's a forest. This is a biome. This is one biome. Those left needed requires a mon to test with? Okay, so you have to make one of those, right? I'm trying to get at least one design to work, but they're all pee pee poo poo. Why is that? Hey, Trinammer. As you can imagine, biomes should feel distinctly unique, not just visually. Mechanically, we want each biome to sport its own set of, what's the word, persistent attributes, ingredients, available ingredients, spawnable creatures, monsters. I just hate my own designers, maybe. I mean, I think you're running into the same problem that most games with, you know, stuff like that run into, which is Pokemon's already done it. And if Pokemon hasn't done it, then, you know, or if Pokemon has done it, then Digimon did it years earlier. And then if, you know, if Palworld did it, that just means that Pokemon probably did it too. You know, how many actually unique designs are there left? Probably not that many. How's things going? They're going day by day. We won't have a perfectly clear list of biomes until we sit down with our vertical slice and determine how many and to what extent we can do them. Here's an initial list of biomes we can address or that we can work on. Forest, plains, desert, beach, jungle. I can just write anything down. Who the fuck cares? Supposedly got more Oblivion remaster leaks. I saw those. I still cannot tell if they're actually working in Unreal or if they're just working in Creation Engine. And it bothers me. Because the fact that they can't be clear on it only furthers this weird belief that people think that they're just going to be able to make the game in Unreal with Creation Engine systems working behind it. Which again, it's not how game engines work. I don't really know what to expect. Got some okay designs, but translating them to 3D turnaround is where it becomes pee pee poo poo. Oh. I wish I could help with that. But you know me with art stuff. I don't know, I saw them. I don't really know what to expect with this. I think if it's Unreal, it'll be more like Hogwarts modding. I think so too. I think it would be really, really, really stupid though if they did Unreal. There's nothing wrong with Creation Engine, subjectively speaking. And it would be fully moddable. The modding community could just jump into this and start working. It's really hard to tell. There was an original Reddit thread about it. Oblivion Remaster Reddit. This, to me, this picture? I don't know. If this was Unreal, I don't feel like this is using Lumen, which they could not be using Lumen. They might have their own global illumination method. But then again, if this were Creation Engine, I feel like they would have tried to match the... Well, not really, because they've updated their rendering libraries quite heavily since Oblivion came out. It was like a fan remake. It would be some of the stupidest... It would be the stupidest thing ever if they remade this in Unreal. I'm gonna be honest. Really using Unreal, but who says that it's using Unreal? Who says? They really have... They can't run two engines. There's no way. There isn't a way to run two engines simultaneously. Like, that doesn't exist. You can't run Unreal Engine and Creation Engine at the same time. I don't know why that leak is spreading so much. It's not possible. I mean, the most thing that they could do is use Unreal, use Havoc physics, which we know has Unreal integration, and remake systems from Oblivion in Unreal, which is probably the most obvious. If they are using Unreal, that's absolutely what they're probably doing, and not using Chaos Physics, or they're using Creation Engine and have updated their rendering library to maybe use some methods that are similar to Epic's using. Notice the background trees. Oh yeah, there aren't as many, are there? Kind of weird. The topology looks way different too. Like, look at the variation in just like the hills. It does kind of feel like a fan remake in some ways almost. Which just makes me more excited for Sky Oblivion, honestly, because they've done so much to Sky Oblivion to carefully recreate that feeling. Some live development from 3 days ago. It actually just looks so much better. Even with the bitrate being a bit lower because of being live streamed, of course. So many people think graphics matters, because it does matter, sadly. The reason why graphics matters is because it matters. There would be people that will look at this, by the way, and still say, wow, looks like a PS3 game. Guarantee you. CC looks like PS3 game. True. Only logical way I can see it happening is if it used the same framework. But what is the same framework that Avowed made? How did Avowed mix two engines? Because again, I don't understand. Like, people said, oh, Metal Gear Solid is the same way. I think people are mistaking systems for. I think people think that you can't use Unreal and remake systems from other engines in it. Like, I just don't get it. I don't get the whole, oh, it's using Unreal's rendering, but the systems are from Creation Engine. Okay, that just means that they took the way that they develop systems and they remade the systems in Unreal with Unreal's API. So it's not two engines running in one. It's just custom systems being retrofitted to work with a different engine. I don't know. I don't know what people are smoking with this whole Unreal and Creation Engine mix thing. Took the code. Yeah, they took the code and adapted it. It it's not two engines running at once. You cannot run the Creation Engine in Unreal Engine. And even if you did, even if you could, you'd be running two engines at the same time, which would just make the game unplayable. Yeah, it can be modified. They probably just made it. I mean, if they did it this way, they would just make a custom build of Unreal. They probably adapted Havoc physics into it, of course, because you can do that now. Havoc has a Unreal plugin, and then just remade systems from scratch. Yeah. I don't know. I don't know, but I've seen developers support, saying the same thing too. I've seen game developers saying that it's the engine running in another. I think what they mean is taking the physics code and sideloading it into Unreal. But they don't even need to do that. Like, Havoc has a physics for Unreal. So they don't even need to sideload the physics. And everything that's in C++, which I assume that it is just moving it over, fixing up the API, fixing up any other weird things that are going on, probably modifying the way that some functions are called and when they're called, and then, remaking it. Which, again, I think would be really stupid, because why would they not just use the Creation Engine and not have to do any of that? I don't think Starfield looked bad. What are some other biomes? I mean, it's kind of a temperate region, so we can't really do like a crazy amount. Just leave it at that, whatever. Fishing working? No, fishing is not working. Starfield didn't like the story or the planets, and I played it myself. Maybe when it drops for 5. Starfield isn't bad. It's just I don't know. It's not as much of an RPG or an immersive sim as any of the other Bethesda titles, because every Bethesda title, keeps removing a bit more and more of that. It's not a bad game. Just nothing special. Like a Disney game. Boring. I found some aspects of it boring and some not so much. Like, I think the faction quests for Starfield are pretty good. I think those are pretty well written in a lot of cases, but other parts of it, the main story especially, meh. Meh. feel like I need to leave this blank. This is really going to be highly dependent on what sort of discussions occur with level designers. It's too early to do too deep of biome design. Why not Morrowind? The whole thing feels weird to me. I mean, they explicitly called it a remaster too, not a remake. Keep in mind that if it's a remaster, what it implies to me is that it is running in Creation Engine, not Unreal. If it was working in Unreal, then it would be called a remake. I could be wrong about that, but to me, that's what it implies. Which, to me, would be a good thing. I'm glad that it's not running on Unreal. And from what I can tell with the global illumination being done here, if they were working in Unreal, they would have used Lumen. I don't see Lumen running in here. Running the old game. I have seen some of those. Yeah, I have seen some of those remasters of old games where they let you toggle the old graphics. I think that's really cool. I know that Grim Fandango had something like that too. It is a really cool feature. Yeah, this is not Unreal. The more I look at it, the more I can tell that they're not using Lumen, and I don't see why they wouldn't use Lumen if they're working in Unreal 5. Why do you like Lumen so much? Because Lumen does look really pretty. It really does, when it works well, and especially in like an overworld game, or a game with an overworld like this, it would work pretty well. But no, there's no Lumen in this scene. Yeah, they would have to have a backup method of global illumination to replace Lumen, and you can do that. There are some options. You can tell, just like look at her legs. There would be bounce here. There'd be bounce in the statue, especially underneath. There'd be more bounce from the grass. I don't really see any bounce in the shadows of the boat. Not Lumen. They could have not gone with it, but I don't see it. You can modify Lumen pretty heavily, so it's... Nah, this is... I'm calling it now. This is Creation Engine, not Unreal. Watch me be wrong, though. I just don't see Lumen in the shadows here. Or here. The goblin doing? Probably tripping over his friend. The scream of agony. Hey, I'll be happy if that game comes out in Creation Engine. I will be very, very happy. It's good dough. Hey, I could be wrong still, I don't know. I just don't want to be wrong. No, it's gonna be 60 or 70 bucks. We all know it. Come on, let's not kid ourselves. You know they're gonna milk that for as much as they can. Creatures and monsters. Fuck me, I'm so bored writing this. I'm so tired. I'm done. We'll do it. One thing at a time. Stare at a plan for a while. Gotta get done, sadly. I got a lot more to do than write the GDD. Gotta make the new trailer too. Oh boy. And we're only halfway through our milestone plan. I don't think I wrote too much about creatures and monsters in the original document. Oh, not really. I did separate animals. Bird. Sometimes I wish design documents were all just about speed. Granted, most of the GDD here is like...
Mr. President, wake up.
The GDD kind of just helps us it makes us look more professional. Like, oh, they have a lot of the game thought out. Okay. And then nobody's gonna read it. Some of it's also for posterity, like, oh yeah, this was the goal that we wanted to achieve with the system. Some of it's for onboarding. Like here, you know, read a couple of these sections, you'll understand how we want it to work. But a good prototype can often speak louder than words. Doesn't mean that documents are unnecessary, but documents are... Overly extensive documents are just as bad as a prototype that is too finished. You've wasted time. Inefficiency. Are the controls of the alchemy station in Cauldron Chronicles very good? No. Will I change them anymore? No. Nope. Nope, we're gonna worry about that in vertical slice, because what we have now allows you to make potions. And it works decently. we can remake it and fix it up then. That's kind of what it comes down to. You know, at some point you're wasting your time. May have creatures as simple and peaceful as a enlarged butterfly, or something as intimidating and challenging to handle as a stone golem. Fire probably won't do much here. With different opportunities, also be diverse enough to challenge the player to come up with creative solutions. The proper solution to destroying a stone golem might be a potion with concussive blast on it. But perhaps simply throwing a potion with slow or chill is enough to incapacitate it long enough to run around / away. Redo your control scheme because they're designed for mobile touchscreen swiping, and when translated to mouse it's really clunky. Oh. Yeah, oops. You could make both available. I don't know if that's easy enough to do. Because maybe you'd want to release the game on Steam as, you know, eventually at some point too. One of our goals regarding combat as a whole can be found in the section detailing combat. But here are some goals that are more specific to the idea of creatures, monsters. Making it easier to work on PC is crucial. You should be able to detect swipes with mouse. I know there's like a mobile. I'm probably using the mobile. What am I thinking? The template, which I think does have support for using the mouse as a like touchscreen. Oh, it just sucks to use? Okay. Combat, combat, combat. Okay. There. Not all creatures. Monsters should be aggressive. Let's just say creatures and monsters should display a variety of behaviors. And creatures and monsters should allow for harvesting of ingredients without killing being necessary. Not all creatures and monsters should be available during every season. Should display some unique responses, behaviors to certain effects being applied. Keep it simple, don't get too low level. I'm very tempted to go low level, but I don't want to go too low level. Already 59 color pages I'll have to print out of this fucking document. Spend so much money on ink. Being passive, neutral, or aggressive. We'd rather start with default states. Find unique and interesting ways to alter behavior through effects. Since we have effects like calm and frenzy, these make it easy to quickly change behaviors on the fly. No, just do it like that. But some creatures may find that some effects will have creatures who are aggressive, let's say a fire elemental, may find a simple potion without any effects, so water, force into a scared state where it tries to run away as it's vulnerable. Each creature / monster type should have unique behaviors like this. Adding depth to the combat that is done with potions. Yeah, it's short and simple enough, and then we can let the combat design doc go into much more detail about this. That'll be up to the combat designer, since I do want to have a dedicated combat designer on our game. With changes to seasons and weather. Hey Mark. Good, your time zone here, how you doing? I'm doing well. How about you? It's 12:35 p.m. It's right after noon for us here in Poland. Change to seasons and weather. Creatures and monsters may exhibit changes to their behavior as well. Let's take the aforementioned fire elemental as an example. As you can well imagine, he's not the biggest fan of rain. Perhaps this sends him into a scared and vulnerable frenzy, like an Enderman. GDD the Bible, right? Or he may try to seek the nearest cover. It's a frenzy charge. Sounds like a perfect opportunity for an ambush. Or for the player to perform an ambush. Yeah, part of me is like, oh, I'd love to go into low level here, but nope. Nope, save low level for later. Stick to the high level. We'll let smaller documents and other tertiary documentation prototypes do the rest of the work. This just needs to be the starting point. You play the new RuneScape game? I don't know. Probably not on stream. It just looks like a kind of like generic survival crafter to me. Which I'm very fatigued by. It is just that. Well, I'm glad to see that my intuition is still playing well here. With Ara skilling on top. I mean, New World had that too. I don't know. It's dopamine drips. It gets old. It gets old, and it gets old fast. Oh wow, I can cut a new, better tree. Okay, to do the same thing I was doing before. What's the next game? 6 years ago, I thought about making a fantasy RPG. Since then, a few games have come out with an idea or two that I was considering. Don't need to make a game. Just wait long enough, it seems. Yeah. I mean, that's kind of the scary part, too, if you're working on a game. Every time a new alchemy game comes out, I'm like, oh, fuck. Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck. Okay, please. Please don't be what I'm making. Please don't. I'm going to click on you. I'm going to read about you. Swear to God, if you are an RPG like my game, I'm going to commit Sudoku. Oh, thank God, it's just another shopkeeping game. Oh, phew. It's basically Skyrim. Make a better game. Well, I mean, sometimes you don't need to be the first game to come out to be the best game, or to be the better selling game. As will be detailed further in the corruption section, the document, this feature is meant to heavily alter the behavior, as well as the loot of creatures and monsters in biomes. Generally speaking, however, you'll be hard-pressed to find a corrupted creature that isn't aggressive. And those that were before are likely to be even wilder than when they weren't. Again, we're gonna go into more detail about that in like the corruption or in the combat subdocument. So this is enough to go by. This is enough high level for me. But if they make an Alchemy game same that you do and it will succeed, companies only will be more interested in prototype, and you can look at them and make the game more different, detailed, and interesting. It doesn't work like that. It can. It's not like if somebody makes an Alchemy game that is similar to mine that it's going to be 100% the same, and it doesn't mean that it's going to be better marketed or better at what I'm trying to do. You know, it could just be a shit game, right? It could be like, oh, it's also a game where you make potions and alter the effects or alter the fates of NPCs, but it doesn't do it very deeply or it doesn't do it very well, in which case I can, you know, it's competition, but I can just do it better than that. So I'm not too worried unless the game is just so exactly the same and already does it to a very high degree of, you know, success or interest that I would literally just be making what would feel like a carbon copy even if my idea came first. Though if I can prove that they've copied my idea too much, I can file a lawsuit for it, right? Like, our game is public, you know, it's not unforeseen that somebody would try to make the same game or something that is kind of inspired by it. But inspiration versus copying, you know, there's a spectrum between those. Anything the player can kill or dispatch of. Oreo is a copy? Of what? Likely have loot. This loot should be a combination of unique drops as well as a few common drops. Hydrox? It's Hydrox. Exactly. Fair enough. I mean, take a look at Schedule 1, right? Being sued from, or being investigated by movie games as being a copy, quote, of their drug dealer simulator. The original cookie? Why is my voice starting to go? I've been talking that much today. Oh, fuck. Just to make farming certain ingredients or items predictable, and targetable. The player may also encounter some creatures that can be harvested without the need to kill them. Though doing so may make them aggressive. God damn my fucking voice. Aggressive unless the player, let's say maybe calms the animal down first. Where's that test? Where's the nav mesh not working for him? I thought I fixed this. I thought the nav mesh was working for him. Huh. Yeah, whatever. For example, content displays there? What do you mean? Unreal's curve. Oh, oh yeah, I know what you mean. I know what you mean. I could put those down. Some of my displays are a little bit too large for that, though. You hate those? Damn, what did they do to you? Give me a second, let me go to the bathroom and then I'll continue with this. Stole my wife? Oh, fuck. Which content example map was that one in? something sticky too. Did this. Step on this. Not what you think. Ooh. Sorry. I saw when I was going to the bathroom that they announced the speakers for Digital Dragons 2025 here. I was gonna sign up for it, but I ended up not doing that. Like, to be a speaker. But I was like, I don't know if I have enough time. I don't know if I should do that as well as preparing my pitch. Maybe I should try to do that, you know, separately, right? Hey, Room Ties. They got a lot of stuff, though. They have an awful lot of stuff that looks like it's gonna be cool. Josh Sawyer from Obsidian. I know him. I know quite a few of these people. Polish game dev is pretty small. Like, it's pretty tight knit. This is a Polish game dev conference. Sven was here last year though from Larian Studios. I said hi to him. I think I was kind of rude that he was eating. But I'm like, man, you only get one chance. Wasn't a great first chance, but I did it. Mini clip. I remember mini clip. I think next year I'll do a talk at like Digital Dragons or something. I don't know what about. Maybe my experience as building a game on Twitch. The positives, the negatives. Why not? Minigame was a Flash site. It was awesome too. So many good games. Based on a variety of parameters for spawning, we can control spawn conditions such as biome, time of day, or more unique conditions such as NPC encounter completion. Perhaps you help a goblin to start a war. Now you'll have more goblins that you encounter in the wilderness. Simple as that. Doesn't have to be too crazy. As stated above, some creatures and monsters may only be available during certain seasons. This will encourage the player to make optimal use of seasons to collect and stockpile ingredients for the following seasons where that creature or monster might not be available. Simple as that. Oh, like one of those pointless sites? Yeah, I remember those that they would play like that car commercial where then the zombie would pop up and scare you. I think there's also a dedicated Wham site. I don't know if it's deditatedwham.com. Dedicated Wham website. Oh, it's downloadmorewham.com. Hey, Shane.
People, and it's been
This is the whole website.
I enjoy it.
Next question on this left side.
I love that meme. What's the recommended amount of dedicated Wham? I'm just welcome you to Zombo in multiple ways. Crazy. There used to be an old Steam sale site too. They used to have some like really old great videos like this one. And then there was a yeah, this one from the summer sale 2016. I hold a computer degree? I don't even hold a high school degree, bro. Nobody makes stuff like this anymore for Steam sales. It's so good though. This shit was so good. I love that shit. Dihydrogen monoxide. That's a good one too. Dungeons are mini raids that the player can engage in throughout the world. You'd love to have at least one per biome, each with its own theming, enemies, unique loot and ingredients, and exciting boss fights to engage in. Oh, puzzles too. And secrets. I was one theme things, like for instance, if we have a desert biome, then the theme of the dungeon is, you know, more like desert themed, and we have maybe some puzzles that revolve around things like that, or different enemies that are like sand creatures. That way it's not just, oh, here's a desert, and then here's a dungeon, and that dungeon looks and feels the exact same as the dungeon in the jungle biome. Think of like a Zelda, right? Like the way that they theme their dungeons. If that makes sense. I'll just get a screenshot from in-game actually of the dungeon. Greatest. Oh, did I misspell theming? Isn't that the correct spelling of it? You don't put an E in there. Is it? Yeah, there's no E in there. Lazy Fangs. How am I feeling? A little bit better. Right now my voice is starting to be lost, so... Oopsie, still. It's better to check, right? Better safe than sorry. Let me turn it to nighttime. It looks so much cooler at nighttime. Because the brazzers light up. And we like brazzers. Once it comes time to print, I will, I'm gonna make line breaks where I can so that we don't have... Where possible, I can get rid of the, disjointed sections. Just a reality of documents, you know? Is what it is. Enemy and loot spawning layout. I don't really need... These are kind of self-explanatory in some cases. At least the
Mr.
overview of a
President.
dungeon.
Wake up.
Hey, Hilden. Layout. Would it be easier to... I don't know why the fart reverb still isn't working. Should I just try to like reconnect it to the sound? Let me try to do that. It's weird too because I can play the command from and it's hooked up to the Mix It Up Stream Deck commands. But for some reason it just does not work. Browse. Users. Music. Art reverb. Try it again. Let me try new fart. It just doesn't work. So weird to me. Fuck, that scared me. Not the first streamer to notice the lack of sounds. But it works for other ones. Like they're all working the exact same way. It's very weird. That's how I feel about it. And yeah, the ass is plugged. It's constipation. Just something in my game causes sounds, or do I just hallucinate some step sounds in my game? Which one? You lick someone under the desk, didn't you? That's right. I prefer licked. I didn't kick anybody, but I did lick them. Dungeon layouts. Combination of rooms and hallways, but we like to take many liberties possible to fill them full of puzzles and secrets, meaning that each time you enter one, you may find something you didn't see before. We don't anticipate changing layouts for any reason, but this is more of a issue of time budget rather than one of desire. Corruption would be a perfect reason to modify layouts, but if we can't do that, then corruption could lead to previously inaccessible passageways becoming open. Working on first-person 3D dungeon crawler. Oh, cool. Managed to get the texturing very Morrowind adjacent. I like dungeon crawlers. Loot and enemies will likely take on a hybrid spawning approach. Game cannot have too many dungeons. We like our dungeons. And they have to be placed in like really absurd locations and then just be like infinitely deep. Oh yeah, there's just this is just this door over next to Jim's house. And yeah, it just goes down 100 layers down into the pits of hell. These will respawn after a period time being dead, while others, let's have chicken jockeys, shut the fuck up. While others may be a one-time only find. Ingredients you can imagine, like a mushroom growing on the walls, might respawn after many in-game days, but a new processing station being guarded by the dungeon's boss may only be collectible once. Other loot would take its place in future encounters. Made a dungeon creation tool. Hey, tools are fun. Isn't today supposed to be the day, or is it Thursday that supposed Oblivion remaster gets, fully announced publicly? They keep changing the date because, of course, they do. I thought it was today. Who knows? Design details on bosses mainly do with combat are expressed in that section. Relating to dungeons, however, we'd like each to be guarded by at least one easily accessible boss. Uni Remaster could drop soon. I will eat my own sock on stream if that shit is actually made in Unreal Engine 5. But I'm betting all of my bitcoins, of which I have none, but let's pretend that I do have some, that it is not Unreal Engine. These bosses would have their own unique loot. Bosses would respawn. They might additionally be protecting more unique loot or the dungeon, or even some other passageways. Rather than follow a formula, each dungeon should feel unique. I think Elden Ring does it pretty well. At least screenshots look less like Creation Kit though, look very unrealish. The lighting, the reflections. I don't see Lumen though. I mean, because they did a lot of good improvements on the creation engine in Starfield, and I assume that they've continued to do some more for Elder Scrolls 6. At the very least, I can tell from the screenshots they're not using Lumen. And it would be really, really stupid of them from a business standpoint to make that game in Unreal. Plus, as we've talked about earlier, it's called a remaster, not a remake. If it was being made in Unreal, I imagine they would call it a remake, not a remaster. I just don't see it. I don't see it being made in Unreal. But it does look like they gutted the visual, like, vibrancy. Though some of that can be fixed with reshades. Not all, but some. Thematic to the dungeon and biome, and generally ask for different methods of destruction than others. The dual engine setup. It doesn't even. I know. I've gone. We've already talked about it today, but literally, that's not how engines work, and I don't understand why so many people are not talking about it. I think the what was the exact phrase being used when the initial leaks came in? It was Unreal Engine handling the rendering while Creation Engine handled the mechanics. Like, okay, well, that's not how game engines work, so I'm just gonna file that under the not true category. Yeah, let me make a game where I'm running two engines at the same time. Surely that would never, ever be impossible or cause any problems. With the Shadow Colossus, GDC Talk in 19 said it used two engines. I mean, but they would have had to pull... Can you share that with me? Because what did that mean? Because maybe they just meant, oh, we just took the rendering library from one engine and combined it with our own physics engine or something, which still isn't using two engines. It's just using different aspects from these engines. But both Creation Engine and Unreal are all-in-one engines. It's not like you can emulate Unity in Unreal or something. You could pull shading methods from Unity and use them in Unreal, or use shading methods from Unreal and use them in Unity, but it would require a lot of tinkering, in which case, why would you not just use one of the engines? More like creating a custom engine from existing code bases. Yeah. Which, I mean, if what they mean by this is that they're using Unreal and are using Havoc Physics, which has a plugin for Unreal, it is supported to override chaos, and use and you know, taking systems from Oblivion and remaking them in Unreal, sure, I could see that. I still would think it'd be kind of dumb, because it would be less moddable than the Creation Engine. But I could see that being viable. But it's not like they're going to take Creation Engine and take Unreal's rendering methods and put them into Creation Engine. I mean, I guess you could take some of that, but you know, Epic still owns the right to the code, so it's not even going to work like that. I don't know. It just doesn't make sense. Took stuff from the PS3 Shadow Engine and stuck it in Blueprint Engine, both of which are their own engines. Yeah, it doesn't make sense. It does have source available, but that doesn't mean that it's open source, and it doesn't mean that the source is Creative Commons. Like, they would have had to, which again wouldn't make sense, they would have to license Unreal's code, which I don't think Epic allows, in order to fix some rendering issues in Creation Engine. But this is again assuming that Starfield's, whatever current version of rendering and lighting or whatever that Starfield does is not good enough to handle an Oblivion remake or remaster, which it is. It's perfectly viable. And it would be the least, it would be the path of least resistance to just remaster Oblivion in Creation Engine, and then you would have it have all the mod support that other Creation Engine games have. It would be a win-win. I just don't see a point in making that in, and additionally, remaking that in the Creation Engine would also provide a lot of benefits to the engine itself for making Elder Scrolls 6. It would just be the smartest solution from every standpoint. It was not update a ton of code assets, which turned out to be a mistake by the end of production. They indeed did have to remake a lot of things to make it work in BP Engine. The whole dual engine thing is bullshit. Yeah, it just doesn't make sense. Perfect music for this too, by the way. And shopping channel music. No, we were taking a look at the screenshots, and while I can agree that from a like a vibrancy standpoint, they didn't match the art direction or aesthetics very well. I don't really see a lot of indications in the lighting that they would be using Unreal. Certainly not Lumen. There's just some very obvious missing Lumen qualities that you would see in the shadows.
Resentment can grow quietly without much warning after a storm.
Yeah,
Mushrooms can too.
So it seems more likely to me that this was a remake. It's either a remake in Unreal where they turned off Lumen, which would be kind of stupid because then why are they remaking it in Unreal? And didn't copy the art direction very well. Or they remastered it in the new version of Creation Engine and didn't copy the art direction very well. I don't know which is which. Fallout game mixed with Elder Scrolls. Yeah, it's very realistic style rendering, which I guess we could kind of see that maybe being the case from Starfield, where Starfield wasn't very stylized in its lighting. I don't really know though. How's the project going? We've just been stuck in the GDD and getting sidetracked by talking about Elder Scrolls. My only defense of this is that this is being called a remaster and not a remake, which to me would say that it's actually being remade in the new version of Creation Engine and not being done in Unreal. Because this scene here, I mean, it's baked to lighting, which you could do with Lumen anyway. You could just disable Lumen. But this scene does not scream to me Unreal in terms of its lighting. Regional assets were so badly made they should have looked like the new stuff. I don't know. Maybe. Maybe, I don't know. What's this? This is the Oblivion remaster. Yeah, there's no global limit. This is all baked. This isn't even casting shadows. Which is, I think, a smart decision from the art direction on that. It would look distracting if this was casting shadows, even if it was realistic. First big game to promote level scaling so badly destroyed all the fun. We'll see what happens with this game. I just do not think that it's Unreal. I don't know why that leak has been moving forward so much as it has. Yeah, this was some of the official images. Really low quality though. I have not played the RuneScape game. I don't know anything about it. This is some amateur 3D render you'd see in someone's first portfolio. It doesn't look bad. Joe sent us those pics aren't low quality. I don't think that the Oblivion remaster looks bad. Not like disgustingly so. It just I wish it had the same art direction as the original game. AAA? I don't know. It looks AAA. Like I said, I think Starfield did some really great changes to the engine. If you compare Oblivion, or I'm sorry, Skyrim to Starfield, they really did a fantastic job at updating the engine's rendering methods. And I don't know what people are saying, but I think the faces look pretty damn decent in Starfield. I think people just like to shit on this game because it just wasn't anything special. It's very much a mixed game. But overall, it would just be suicide to remake Oblivion in Unreal. I don't know why they would ever do that. Cheating on is warranted. I will say for Starfield, it was at least the most stable experience that I've ever had from Bethesda on launch day. Which I think was the best thing about it. Everything else was kind of subpar. They weren't lying though when they said they fixed their, or you know, addressed their internal QA methods. Some performance issues in cities, but not as many crashes as Skyrim on release, or dear God, Oblivion on release, Fallout on release. Holy shit, those games. Starship Troopers Extermination? I mean Helldivers? Not a actual Starship Troopers game, is there? Oh, there is. Helldivers 3. Oh. Got a lot of sales. I mean, 16-player co-op is pretty cool. You know what's cooler than 16-player co-op, though? Meg on the PS3. This was a PS3 first-person shooter game with 256 player battles. On the PS3. Game was wild. Only real OGs remember this game. Look, Luigi the medic. And now my boy's caught in jail. When designing puzzles, we approach them from a bit of a backwards view. First, we analyze what effects we have. Only then asking ourselves what are some interesting ways we can use those effects to solve puzzles. Because of this, comma, all of the puzzles currently available in the prototype are heavily tied to potion effects, often with various ways to solve them. You had a massive sale along the way? Oh. I think you're right, Hilton. Sorry, I missed your message. But I would agree with that too. A lot of things like atmospheric fog can heavily change the way that a game looks too. You can see that with our game too. Like this versus with the volumetric fog turned off. Probably more visible too from up high and whatnot. And I would imagine, I think that the Creation Engine does have plenty of fog options that might be giving it that hue. Or they just accidentally copied their post-process from Elder Scrolls 6 and forgot to adjust the colors for Cyrodiil. Also possible. What are some puzzle examples that we have? We should have like quite a few puzzle examples that we can show off. Screenshots. By the way, if anybody wants a Steam key for Cauldron Chronicles, just let me know. They are for beta testing, of course, but you can download the current version that we're playing here and play it for yourself. I think I'm only going to put 3 examples in the design doc for now. Hey Bozo, come here. Need you to open up that door for me. Sir? I'm gonna kill the skeletons real quick. Oh, I'm getting shot by one. Ooh, I'm gonna kill myself. Hold on. Not looking good for me here. Such a wide radius of attack on this. We're wondering why he's lit up is because these test potions have Aether Light and Concussive Blast in them. So it does light them up. Okay, should be safe in this room at least for now. I get some screenshots of this puzzle. Let me grab my Steam keys. I'll try to remember which number I left off at. Careful where I open this up. I mean, it doesn't really matter if you guys steal some keys. That's what they're there for, is to give out, so. I can query the keys and see where the last one was. Query Steam keys. Was this one used? It says not activated, but you know what? I think I gave that to somebody, so I'm just gonna give you the next one. Trust me, I have like still over 480 of these keys to give out, so if anybody wants more, don't feel like you need to quickly swipe one from chat, just ask me, and I will send it to you. Sell them on G2A. Yeah, they'll just get revoked if that happens. What keys for my game? You want one? It's been used? Okay, let me give you a different one. Yeah, no, Sky Oblivion is going to release this year, and I'm way more excited for Sky Oblivion than the remake, especially if the remake is in Unreal. I would gladly take Sky Oblivion over that. Let me hide the hut waypoint too. Give me a better screenshot of this. I think that'll be good, and then I can take one, that one worked? Nice. If anybody else wants a key, just let me know. I only have a short over 450 left to give, so. And that's just the first batch. Concussive Blasting Enemy Puzzle. I do like this one a lot. Beyond Skyrim, well, those are nice mods, but they're just meant to be like a little snippet of that region, right? Versus the complete remakes. Both Skywind and Sky Oblivion are, I'm so excited for. I will play both on stream if I can. Last time I played Oblivion was, it had to have been over a decade ago, and I've never fully played Morrowind. Oh, we missed it. There we go. Oblivion on PSP? That's crazy. I feel like I did know that, I just totally forgot about that. I saw some rumors too that PlayStation 6 would be announced later this year, with a handheld soon before it. Who has the money for that, to be honest? Okay, we'll put these 5 examples in the GDD. Try to keep it short and sweet. Also requires the player. Did you get 1 key? Yes, you can. And anybody who's lurking, don't worry, you can be a first-time watcher, a first-time commenter. You don't have to be a sub, you don't have to be a follower, you don't have to be on our Discord. If you want a key to the game and give it a try, you can. It says it's for beta testing, but it's actually pre-production, so please bear in mind that this build is really just meant to entice publishers, but I'm very happy to let you guys play it and see how you like it too. So pretty much everything is placeholder, including all the systems, how they feel, especially how they feel, a lot of the user experience. Watch out for the Trojan. No Trojan. Just a Bitcoin miner. Also requires the player to light up aren't really torches. Magical torches in a correct order. The order determined by the number of crystals nearby. Once done, a passageway opens. Hey, can we get like music like this, but then make the game actually good? Unlike Throne and Liberty. Player to inspect different dioramas and determine and place a potion in the receptacle that matches the diorama's theme. In this case, not Throne of Liberty, this song is from Throne of Liberty. This case, Druids. once all are matching, the player can loot what's on top of the sarcophagus. From Aeon? Not from Aeon. That's from the Throne and Liberty soundtrack. Oh, someone used that? Oh, sorry, I missed that. You guys don't have to... You don't have to steal other people's keys. Key swiper in the channel? I hope not. If that one says it gets used too, just let me know. I'll DM it to you. I mean, you can always hit me up on Discord too. Just send me a DM on Discord. Just say key. Doesn't have to be fancy. All these keys are gonna get banned at some point anyway, so it's not like they can use them for anything. Both used are incorrect. Really? Really? Hmm. Who's claiming these in chat? Should I just ban this one? I mean, if somebody's grabbing them, I'm okay with that. Just, you know, tell me that you took them, because I'm trying to give them to a specific person, but it's okay if they get taken. To be safe, I'm gonna ban these. I don't know who's grabbing them. I don't want them resold. What's the activation time? First one was 11:44:46. It was 11:40:14. An hour ago? Shouldn't be. This is GMT. If anybody's watching and taking these, I'm okay. If you want your own key, just mention it. Like, I have a lot of these. These are just for the beta test, so it's not like there's anything bad about this. Yeah, DM me on Steam. DM me on Steam. I'll get you these. I'm banning these too because I don't know who's taking them. And I do not want them resold. Well, I mean, they can sell them. They're not going to get anything from it, so. Wait, I want to ban... There we go. That was done, boy. If you guys want keys, just say it. Room size, you're in Discord, right? I got you in Discord. I know I saw you here somewhere. Not yet. Okay, I'll send it to you on Twitch here. Give me a sec. Whisper. You have blocked whispers from strangers. Yeah, that's fine. There we go. I DM'd it to you. They can sell them. They won't even get a game. What a key you used? Oh, I copied the same one twice. I'm sorry, Mark. Hold on. Mark, look. I'm sorry. Look in your Twitch whispers. Sorry, we had a bit of a weird thing happen. Sorry about that. Yeah, I got you a new one. Oopsies. I might have copied the same one twice. And then that's why Udumsai said that he couldn't use that one. I was gonna try to set up a bot to randomly pick a line. I don't know. The bot was not a bad idea, but I was worried that somebody would be able to like spam the bot and it would get all out of control. Can move by throwing potions with concussive blast at the bases of the block and pushing it in the direction of the blast. I'm trying to coordinate with Hotspur. That's funny, Tonic. I wonder if they use the same song for two games, because they're both made by NCSoft, right? Both Ion and Throne of Liberty. Where's the full Throne and Liberty soundtrack? I think it was in this one. Nearly 100% sure it's from Throne and Liberty. Unless I'm high. Maybe I did just accidentally pull it from... Oh yeah, maybe I did. Okay. Alright, you were right. I accidentally pulled it from Aeon. Aeon's got a good soundtrack too, turns out. You guys and your fucking ears. What a bunch of bozos. this puzzle has invisible platforms that the player can light up with the aether light effect. In order to see properly. And the last one is this one. Requires the player to blast the creature from the platform on the left to the orange one on the right. Hopefully that's a good smattering of different types of puzzles to excite sexually, I hope, the publishers. I think there's so many ideas we can do for puzzles that it's really just gonna be a matter of time, money, as with anything in game dev, I guess. But it kind of feels like we spend so much time working on the base systems of Cauldron Chronicles that we never really explored how much depth the game can offer. Those are my shower thoughts. Random events. I have no design on random events. I might skip that section for now. I need to think about that, and I have not thought about it at all. But I don't want to sit here and do design work today. I'd rather just keep writing. It's not a big deal if a small section like this is blank anyway. It's like, oh, it's just, yeah, we want to have random events. It's best examples. Must still be sick. I do feel a little bit sick still. I don't know, my nerves are a bit... I don't know. I don't know what happened. Maybe some bacteria or something. I did eat some food from a deli. I'm usually very particular about those things. Like, I am not somebody who... If I have like some juice that I buy, you pour the juice, you put it back in the fridge. And that juice is going to go bad. The moment you open up that juice, it's going to go bad. You shouldn't leave that juice sitting around. After a couple of hours, you're going to start to warm up. All it takes is one bad piece of bacteria to get in there, and that shit's over. I'm very particular about things like that. And when I go to like a deli, even if I'm buying like some samosa and falafel, which is what I bought, I heated that shit up really hot, but that's not perfect. You know, it could have been sitting on the counter for half the day, and it picks something up, it doesn't get destroyed in the heat of the oven. Now you get sick. Well, it's just an example, Lazy Fangs, about like how things can go bad. Oops. Sorry, I bumped you guys. How many scammers when you try to trademark things? Holy fucking shit. Keep fruit in the fridge too. There are some things you don't want to keep in the fridge because they won't last as long. I think it's very specific though. Garlic is one. But cloves of garlic are also different than the whole clove of garlic. This whole thing, unwrapped, will last for, I think, a few months max. Once you start to take these off, I think that they will only last a couple of weeks. Garlic in your fridge, fine. I'd have to ask. I kind of forget which foods spoil faster in the fridge. Which, like, fruits and vegetables. Cold sensitivity. Ah, yeah, bananas. I remember that. Yeah, potatoes, of course. Onions. But onions you can wrap up. If you wrap them up, they should be kind of okay. Garlic sprout and mold faster in cold, damp fridges. Again, you know, just don't do that. Cucumbers. Oh, I didn't know cucumbers spoil faster. Assumes damp. It does assume dampness, which you can help a little bit by putting them in like containers. Really, citrus fruits. Skins can dry out and they're better in a cool pantry unless cut. I don't know, I still put those in a fridge. Just put them in containers. Become eternal if you pickle them. You can do that. If you want to pickle a banana huge cookie, please. More power to you, sir. Brown and black quickly. Just because of the sugars. But yeah, the internal part of a banana might last longer. Some of these are a little bit off. Yeah, I agree with you. Some produce does last longer in the fridge, especially leafy greens, berries, carrots, broccoli, mushrooms. Want a cheat sheet for where to store what? There was a dark part of my brain that was like, yeah, what gets stored better up my butt? But it'd probably be angry with me and tell me that it can't answer that. What is stored better up my butt? Okay, I'm closing this. Of cold damage above 0 Celsius. I do put my refrigerator at a pretty low temperature. I don't understand people that put refrigerators on like really high temperatures. What's the point? What are you keeping cool then? It should be like right above freezing temperature, so things last the longest. Started using DeepSeek? Oh, so ChatGPT, but Chinese. I see. Grok is pretty good. I've used Grok a little bit. Okay, hidden alchemy tables. It's a fun bit of discovery. We like to have alchemy tables that are hidden in the world, and the player can use them to make potions with various boosts. E60 is when blood starts freezing, the damage is irreversible. Iridus, are you refrigerating people? What is your fridge gonna look like if we open it up? Why use a fridge if you like your Pepsi warm? Because I prefer my Pepsi cold, but I don't have a fridge. In our depth level, you can test by mini fridge. Mini fridges are nice. As a business, I don't have money for that. I've wanted to buy a an air conditioner in here, but it's fucking really loud. Air conditioners are so loud. Though I honestly don't think I can survive the summer in here again. It's not good. I'm running 2 computers in here too. Over by the window. That shit don't work. Not when I have 2 computers in here and it's 30 degrees out. That will boost immolation and warmth effects on the potions you brew. I can't afford air conditioning, but not a fridge. I can't afford either. Colder climate will. Yeah, sure it will. But I'm thinking I might do it if I continue to stream. Take a loan. I don't have anything to pay it off with. I mean, I could buy it on Barati. Other people speak. If you speak English, you might know it as installments. What they're called. See here that the ingredients should only be producing a potion with immolation 2. But the special table is boosting that to immolation 3. Fractal banking? I don't know what the fuck fractal banking is. I don't know. I might buy a Klimatizatsu or whatever the fuck they are. There's some kind of okay ones, but if you look at the prices, because I rent this place, I don't want to get one of these installed. I'd have to buy one of the standalone ones that I can then plug into the to the window for exhaust. Which is fine. My room is not very big, so one of these would be very much okay. But they are 65 decibels. Which, if I'm trying to speak into a microphone, it's close to like a vacuum cleaner or traffic. I don't know. I don't know. There are some that are a little bit quieter. And I don't need to have it running 24/7 while I'm working, but it would have to be turned on or off, you know, and shit like that. The worst case is you guys might hear it, but I think it's a small price to pay for me not dying of heat exposure. It is expensive. And we don't really have use for it at our apartment just because we have AC in our apartment, so. I guess I could resell it. I could always resell it, so not a big deal. Probably worth the money. But I probably should buy it soon before it becomes summer because these things will sell out pretty quickly. Like it's really hot in my office right now, and it's only 24 Celsius outside, 25 Celsius. Trademark application. Shut the fuck up, scammer. I think the model my brother got. Yeah, if you can, I'm totally open to it. Better to know that it works. Open the windows. I can't open the windows. Want me to open the window? Fine, I'll open the windows. You fucking mongs. There. Did it. Are you happy now? The fart is literally not working, and I don't know why. Should I just delete it and remake it? I'm gonna try it. I'm gonna delete it. Delete this command, yes. Add command to existing reward. Fart, reverb. Sound, action. Sound, add, browse, fart reverb, save. There, I've tested it and it worked. So now you guys tell me if it works. Like, what is this? It's weird too, because other ones work. It was working just fine, and now it's just magically not working. Hey, Casper. Week is better. I could visit you on the week, Cuthbert. I could. But I don't want to lose a day of streaming with the GDD because we have a lot to make. I'm getting towards the end of this, but I don't know. I'm feeling the pressure. I don't really need a separate section for this, I'm gonna be honest. Some tables may...
Resentment can grow quietly without much warning after a storm. Mushrooms can too.
That was a weird combo. Some tables may boost effects, nullify others completely, debuff effects, modify flavor, etc. You do something project? If you want, can you place spawners around? Like, we don't need too many. I mean, players are only playing like 2 hours maximum. Any rule? I don't know, just at midnight. At midnight, just respawn like one enemy. It doesn't have to be too crazy. Just so that there's at least some stream of enemies coming in. What if I leave the game overnight? Well, we can put amount limits on there. Enemy spawners? If you want to do both, you don't have to like design it too crazy. Just midnight, pick something, put a limit of, I don't know, depending on how dense you make spawners, 2 to 3 limit for the spawner. That's about it. Do you want me to show you too how we do the Steam build? It's pretty nice. I thought it would be way more complex and like low level technical kind of thing. Not yet, okay. Thankfully it does only update the package. I thought, you know, you would have the issue with like other games where if you modify anything in the package, then it fucks up the entire package. But it didn't work that way, or at least not after I made some adjustments. So if I change like this level, it's really only like a 200 megabyte update on Steam, which is pretty fair considering the level itself is around 100 megabytes. So it is doing some efficient packaging. Maybe when I put my project on Steam? Okay. Deal. Activities. Okay, this one should be pretty easy. Any time for my project this weekend? Any time for your project? If we're meeting Saturday, definitely not Saturday, then I have a Sunday meeting with the in-laws. And then Monday is holiday, and I definitely need the break. I don't think so. So, not until after Digital Dragons. After Digital Dragons, I'm going to take a break from Cauldron Chronicles, so... Which would take us what we were doing at CC. I need the GDD, I need to make the pitch deck, new trailer, customer profile. We need to finish up with the milestone plan and feature list, and then I need to make those into documents. I think we can finish up the milestone plan pretty quickly. Then we need to make the budget from that, which will just be, okay, vertical slice, when do we need these people? Alpha, when do we need these people? Beta, when do we need these people? Okay, game released. Good to know. And I'll have to do the new pitch deck, the new one sheet, and then we need to go through the whole build and do a lot of playtesting and polishing. There is still quite a bit to do. Player can fulfill or factions. Do we explain factions anywhere? Kind of. Abandoned project. Oh, I show all this coding stuff? Trial and Error. That was his name. Necessity, actually, that's his alternate name. That's his better name. We have the new fab asset I got called Massive World that helps with generating PCG terrain. It's pretty neat. Massive World. Like Massive Donger. Looks pretty cool. You said it's working pretty well? Yeah, it's quite nice. Now, this is generating a landscape that you can then go in and sculpt, right? Or I've heard that PCG right now does not work that way, or maybe it's something slightly different. That if you generate like a PCG landscape, you can't manually sculpt it. I don't know. I've never used it. Retrain and populate forests and rivers and whatnot. That's pretty cool. Massive dungeon. Procedurally generated dungeons. Oh. That's pretty cool. He's also done procedural villages too. This guy really likes his PCG. Wordy Studio. Yeah, PCG is pretty cool. I still have qualms with PCG. I think a lot of people use PCG as a crutch though. But when used properly, it can be a fantastic tool. Boards. Currently, these tasks include the following types. Item gathering, potion making, discovery of locations, solving puzzles. I feel like there's one more. Let me look it up. Flavor, effect, and ingredient discovery. Tasks are taken at the task board. And reward the player with faction-specific loot upon completion, as well as reputation for that faction. I disagree. I know some people might see my views on PCG as controversial, but PCG should serve as an aid to assist gameplay and to enhance replayability, not as a crutch for gameplay. And I think that a lot of games use PCG as oh look, everything is randomly generated, therefore fun. Like, well, if what you're randomly generating isn't fun, then the game isn't fun. Yeah, I think this is actually one of the areas where Terraria succeeded much better over Starbound. I love both games, but Terraria uses PCG as a way to put very deep mechanics and locations randomly within a world so that each game, while you might be doing similar things, you don't know where those things now are, right? Or you might need you might have different ways of building out certain things. Whereas with Starbound, it felt like a lot of the PCG was just place random thing with very little depth in it in random place throughout the world. And the game wasn't bad, it's just it lacked that depth to keep PCG interesting. But like if you want to say, oh, we want to generate planets with PCG, okay, great, that's a starting point. Now you need to still make them interesting, and PCG is not a replacement for interesting or unique. What's Starbound? It's a Chucklefish game that was basically like touted as Terraria in space. It's still a fun game, don't get me wrong. And I think it's got some really awesome mods and a beautiful soundtrack and great art. It just didn't succeed in really having as much depth as like Terraria had. But it's a good game and you can get it for very cheap. So if you've never played Starbound before and these kinds of games interest you, highly recommend. It was never the product gen that made it good. 100% agree. Not wanting to make 1,000 trees, that's fair. Yeah. I said it this way for our game is that we might use PCG at some point to help generate terrain, but I will never use it to place gameplay elements. I want all of even the ingredients to be hand placed. And I don't think that's too much to ask for. It doesn't take that long to place ingredients anyway. It might actually take longer to make a good PCG generation for ingredients than it would be just to place the ingredients down by hand. Starbound had a cool feature too where you could import MIDI files for songs, and you could sync up with other players playing, so you could play songs together and it was perfectly synced. It was pretty cool. Oop. Alright. Hey, bought DD Pass, nice. I'm staying in a hotel, I think, on the east side of Kraków. If I remember correctly. So it should be very easy for me to get to the conference center, which is over here. I think I'm over by Lou Beach or something. It'd be a nice little walk every morning. This is the size of the level. This is true. And you can hand tweak everything. This is true too. We're aiming for more like a Witness style of world design where it is at ice. Where we'd rather have like a more tighter, denser region of exploration than a large, expansive open world. But every game is going to be different. Some games might be better if they're fully randomly generated. Like Minecraft. Minecraft is a good example. But Minecraft bases its entire existence off of PCG, and for the most part, players aren't exploring a very large part of that PCG. They're just finding... Take like a square in Minecraft, like a large square, and just move it around the level. I think pretty much any level you generate in Minecraft, if you move around that square, you'll have a very different play experience than any other square. It's just you kind of choose, okay, I'm generating a world, is the square that I'm spawning in roughly okay and enjoyable? Okay, I'll stick with it then. Or let me just teleport 10,000 tiles away, You know, find a new square. Okay, this is pretty cool. Let's use this square. I didn't know. Always see it says that people think that they want a huge open world. They don't. They want the illusion of an open world with packed with content. Yeah, it's like it's a marketing tactic. Massive open world to explore, 10 times the size of Skyrim, and people are like, oh my god, oh, oh wait, what is there to do though in this massive world? Oh, you just walk between places now, a lot more than you did in Skyrim. Oh. I'm just gonna go play Skyrim then. Task board. I think nowadays, if you told players that one of your selling points of your game was that you have a handcrafted world where every ingredient, like if Cauldron Chronicles, I think the idea of handcrafted world with hand-placed locations, ingredients, and points of interest is actually going to generate better marketability and interest more people than if you said procedurally generated open world that is endless. Maybe you could get away with this back in like the Minecraft era. Nowadays though, I think that the alternative is actually a better selling point. We've seen Tainted Grail, Fall of Avalon. Why does that ring a bell? That rings a bell. Passport can be found. Polish game? That might be why. And holds up to 6 tasks at a time. Next to it, you'll find the task storage container where you can place items in to be read for item gathering or alchemy tasks, as these consume the items in order to complete the task. I feel like I have seen Tainted Grail. Ayo. Ayo, whoa. That's pretty cool. Good for them. Getting some great reviews. Some pretty good review numbers too. Awaken Realms. I wonder if I should reach out to this publisher. Board and video game publisher from Poland. They might be interested, never know. Especially if they have experience with early access and with RPG games. That's pretty huge. It's actually kind of weird, but you'd be surprised. A lot of publishers don't have experience with early access, and they don't know how to market or to help you with early access. So finding a publisher with experience in early access can be very important. 50 people. Pretty large team. It's definitely a double A team. I'm kind of surprised that they're doing 50 plus people for that. It's not multiplayer either. I wonder how they're managing their funds. Hey, Hero. Assumedly, they need a lot of 3D unique meshes for the game. Honestly, I'm surprised that they're paying people in-house for that instead of just outsourcing it. That is a larger team than I would have thought, too. But I just don't know what the extent of the game is. Maybe it does need it. But I'd have thought you would get away with, 20, 25 people for something like this and outsource where needed to save money. They might not be outsourcing, though. They're not as heavily. Interacting with the task board will focus the camera on it, and the player can zoom in out of tasks, to read and to take them. Let's get a screenshot of that. By the way, I doubled the speed of the animation for this, and I made it so that you can left or right click on the scrolls to zoom in and out. That should be in the live version of the game right now. And you can also press escape to exit the task board. Although I forgot to update the context controls for that. Oopsies. From this view, the player, hey Verlook, can see all information about the task, including who has given it, the current reputation for the faction, a description of both the task and faction, the needs of the task, rewards for completing it, and the time until the task will disappear and a new one will take its place. Are there any tasks I can quickly complete? Mistmere Lake, that's an easy one. And let me grab this. Once a task is taken, The time needed to complete it is infinite, but the task can be abandoned at any point, and in almost every case it should show up again, just maybe not immediately after, since it's randomly spawned. I should say it maybe up here, then instead of randomly generated, they're randomly spawned. They're all hand designed tasks, but we randomly choose which one to spawn. Let's go discover Mistmere Lake. When a task is ready to complete, if you head back to the task board, you should see the turn in task button is now enabled. Let's say big ass, say Magnum. Makes me think of Always Sunny. The Magnum condoms for my Magnum dong. Incends my Magnum dong, god damn it. I see we're thinking one and the same thing here. I got my Magnum condoms, I got my wad of hundreds, I'm ready to plow. For item gathering tasks, don't forget that the items needed should be deposited into the item storage crate in order to be considered for completing tasks. Turning in the task will immediately reward you with the items listed, and in some cases, like the one above, that task will never appear again as it's considered unique. With regards to the task storage crate, it will take the first 3 items that satisfy the conditions necessary, so be sure what you're placing into the crate and win. Sounds like loot box. It is a loot box. It actually is a loot box. Look at this. Leather belts, a stairfish lamb's ear, some dirty water. Farmer's chest, we get some seeds. Just slap microtransactions on it. Fisherman's chest, we get some fish and also some bait. And A fishmonger scroll, which will identify a random piece of bait that can be used with fishing. I learned toadstool is valid bait for flamefin starfish. Very nice. Or I can use these scrolls of knowledge, which you can get from explorers and I think alchemist chests. And that will identify a random ingredient. So chalkstalk fronds. So now if I can find some chalkstalk fronds. The cut version specifically. I know everything about the cut version of that. Which does count towards your discovery progress. Really working on the block out of the first scene for your screenshot. Probably send you some screenshot later today. Nice. Usually before we even have GDD, but once you make it an unorthodox way. You're gonna get us in trouble with people, Cusper. We said no microtransactions. Just macro transactions. Why get something for $1 when you can get the same thing for $20? Now we don't have microtransactions. What did I think micro stood for? I thought it was micro penis. But maybe I'm wrong. Task rewards currently in two primary forms: reputation and usable items. Reputation is explained in a further section, whereas the usable items are little reward chests that contain a random assortment of items themed around the faction that requested the task. Micro peepee. Watch Ready Player One, and the guy sounds like your typical AAA CEO, like Bobby Kotick. What, like the main character? Farmer's chest gives a lot of seeds, while the alchemist chest gives ingredients and potions. Oh, the antagonist. CEO of a game company. I see. I see. Tasks will decay after some time, in which case they might be spawnable again. Currently, tasks respawn. Tasks attempt to spawn every 4 in-game hours if a slot is available. If no slot is available, but greater than or equal to 4 in-game hours have passed, at the next check where a spot is available, one will spawn. This is tiring. This is exhausting. Writing up a GDD. I mean, we're making progress, though. We're at 74 pages. Oh boy. Okay, let me go stretch my limbs and get the blood moving again. BRB. Hot in here. Who made it hot? Who's hot? What the fuck is this? It's steaming in here. I'm out of my black label coat. Well, I do have more. I have 6 more liters. But I'm trying to, I only 1 per day. That's what's healthy. It's fine. I can survive. I can do it. Just breathe.
Wrong.
No. Right. Okay, farming. Okay, last section that I'm going to do today is farming. Overview and goals. Farming is the activity of cultivating crops all the way from seed to harvestable plant. From seed to seed. It's such like a word salad-y way to say, yeah, you make plants from seeds. Do I have to explain what fucking farming is? Really? What am I supposed to put here? It's kind of self-explanatory. Or items obtained and spent in the process of growing. Well, I have some of that here. I just don't know what to put in the overview section. I think goals are most important for this one. Farming is not meant to be a replacement to harvesting plants out in the wilderness, but is instead meant to augment ingredient collection with a greenhouse. This also serves as a fantastic way to continually obtain normally unobtainable plants due to season restrictions. Seasonal restrictions, maybe. Farming should be quick to engage in and rather hands-off, as Cauldron Chronicles isn't a farming game. Once sowed, we don't anticipate any sort of... I mean, I have watering and fertilizing down here, but I think that those aspects could probably be cut or very minimized so that you only need to water a plant once, you know, after you sow the seed. And fertilizing will just make every growth stage count as 2 instead of 1. So, you know, like, I think we can get away with cutting some things back to make it simpler. It really should just be hands off, like it says here. So we'll just keep it like that. Oh shit. Also, if anybody wants a Steam key to the game to test out what we have right now, which keep in mind that this is very much a prototype. This is pre-production even. Simply type key in chat or something like, hey, can you give me a key, whatever. It doesn't matter. You don't have to be a follower, don't have to be a sub, don't have to be on our Discord. It doesn't cost any money. Just ask for one and I can give you a key and you can download and play the game on Steam right now. It unfortunately doesn't have a Pepsi recipe. Don't click that link though. That link is the old key, the old version. I need to get rid of that actually. Oh, double text? Okay, let me send you a key. Whisper. There you go. Let me turn off that Moobot. No, I didn't mean to look at Moob. I wasn't trying to Google what the definition of a Moob was. I didn't need to see that. I'm very aware. Where is it? Demo, there it is. Anything specific you're looking to test or just everything in general? There's a pop-up at the start of the game that says so. It's basically just, we just want to see, is the general premise fun? There might be some really bad user experience, there's going to be a lot of placeholder art, and especially there's no UI that's finished right. But is the general idea of talking to NPCs, giving them potions, seeing how that might affect their fate, learning about their stories, and, you know, is that fun to you? Is the world in fun to engage with? You know, do you like the fishing? Do you like the farming? Does it feel like it hits the right vibe? Since it is pre-production, you know, we are like before even our vertical slice. So there's gonna be a lot of things that would be like, well, this would feel better if it was like this. And it's like, well, that's what production is for. Demo. Delete. I also want to add prototype to that. There we go. Yeah, that's right, it was deleted. Get deleted. Developers, the user interface is very simple, no need to document it. Users, pretty true. I hate how I have to preface my prototype as, you know, that we are in pre-production. It's before even early access. It should feel something like this, except with a little bit better placeholder art. And that's about it. Okay, let me go harvest a seed and take a screenshot of this. There we go. When out in the world and harvesting ingredients or looting, you may come across seeds for various plants. And then that's where we insert seed. Just as I will insert my seed in you, I will also insert seed into this document. You got my attention. Farming plot. Plot. Note 2, the performance of the prototype is pretty trash. So, fair warning. It's not meant to be optimized, just meant to entice publishers. Player has a couple of farming plots that they start with, and more can be unlocked by completing tasks for the farming faction. We'll link up the tasks from here. There we go. By interacting with one, you can see information about the plot specifically. Here you can see the plot's biome and current light level, the latter of which will change depending on weather and time of day. With the seed planted, you can see information about how well it's growing. Well, it's the acceptable light levels to grow this seed. As it grows, the tooltip of the plot will update along with the growth of the plant, and the plant will visually start to get bigger as the in-game hours pass. While not present in the prototype, we intend for the player to have to fertilize the plant using a potion with the fertilize effect on it, for the player to have to water the plant by throwing potions at the plant. These interactions might be cut if they are deemed too micromanagey. And the technical details of the GDD later, like the size of various UI elements. Not to the GDD, but to smaller documents. I think that would be overkill for the GDD. Most of those can be solved in like little knowledge base articles, right? Like if we're gonna use UTrack, which is probably the plan. Jira Confluence also works for this. We might just throw them into smaller documents like this. I think the GDD should remain primarily high level and trimmed down, so as to just cover the concept, and then smaller little articles and knowledge base things like this should be more focused on the low level. Otherwise, this would just end up, being like a million documents or a million pages long, and it would be unwieldy. It didn't crash Microsoft Word first. As we're going to team, those details aren't really needed. This is true too. I think for the most part, if you're working solo, high level is probably enough. And low level, where you feel like you might forget the reason of doing things, or you might want to plan it a bit more. If you have a team, which we do plan to have about 15 to 20 people full time, then those low level bits will be very important for the team to help plan things out. I have a memory like a goldfish too, so this is also my problem. I used to joke with some older teams that the reason I made documents was actually less for them and more for me to never forget what I was doing. Okay, yeah, I'll just keep that there, whatever, fuck it. Harvesting, let me grow this foley. Okay. Kind of wish I'd gotten a caterpillar from that, but it's fine. I can just write that in the document. I don't need a screenshot for that. Sometimes when you are harvesting plants, you might get additional ingredients, like a little caterpillar or something, which are excellent bait, by the way. So farming kind of plays into fishing as well, since you can get some very good sources of bait from farming. I thought that would be a little fun little connection between the systems. Ignore that. One out of thousands of reasons why fluid flux sucks ass. Fully grown. You can harvest it by simply interacting. I made this whole farming system in a week, by the way. I'm still kind of impressed. And same with fishing, too. I made both fishing and farming in a week each. From scratch. It's pretty good. There's even some plants that have meshes that they grow on. Or like the flowering bush is a good example too. Since we just grow the meshes on the bush itself, I think. Oh no, the flowering bush mesh has a base mesh. And then it just gets bigger. Then once fully grown, the flowers appear. Kind of silly. But it works. Important thing, functionality over visuals. That's the purpose of a prototype. In some cases, you might get an additional ingredient through farming. Farming plants in the forest. For instance, may sometimes give you a monarch caterpillar in addition to the plant. These make excellent bits of bait for fishing. Perfect segue to the fishing section. Weather plays an important role in the growth of plants. We ever really talk about like biomes? Not really. I should add that. Just a quick mention of different biomes. Some plants, like the example Dragon's Eye we used, require full light in order to grow. Some weather conditions, weather states, like cloudy or raining, will not provide enough light for the plant to grow. The plant will never die in this case. It'll simply refuse to grow until the conditions are met. At any time, unless the plant is fully grown, the player can choose to remove the seed from the plot. Every plot has an associated biome that determines the viable seeds that can be planted there. The list, when choosing which seeds to plant, or which seed to plant, the list will automatically filter out incompatible seeds. The exception to this rule is our greenhouse slots or plots that can grow any plant from any biome except for the underwater biome. Biomes and light levels sometimes overridden. The cave plots are always in darkness, for instance, while some plants will grow well in caves. Some of them may also grow in other biomes. That's kind of redundant, I don't know. Mushrooms thrive here and can grow 24/7 thanks to their desire for constant darkness. That'll work. I'm generally happy with that. Okay, so tomorrow we can continue with fishing, combat, the ritual altars, some corruption, progression, and if we can keep on a really good track tomorrow, we might finish the GDD tomorrow, which would be great, because I have a million other things that we need to do. I might leave some of the sections blank here still, just because if a publisher asks, hey, why isn't there anything for this? It's like, we just need to do more prototyping of that feature or something. Or we need an art director to help us determine the proper path forward for that. Lore overview, I can honestly just write at any time. I don't know. We don't have too much lore to write down, so. But it's a very low priority. And we have some new sections that we'll have to put in based on some of the talks that Kotspur and I have had about the lore and the main story, so. Worst case, I think that we can finish all of it up on Friday. And then be done with the GDD for now. Okay. Guys, I'm going to take off a little bit early today then. And I will be on tomorrow with more GDD writing. So take care. Have a wonderful rest of your Wednesday. Stay awesome. And usually I say stay warm, but stay cool. Unless you are maybe in like a part of the world where it is very cold. In which case, please stay warm. And I will see you tomorrow for more GDD writing. Take care, guys. Have a wonderful rest of your Wednesday. Peace. And if Oblivion Remaster comes out and it's made in Unreal, well, I do have a bottle of wine here. I think I'll just get drunk, eat my sock, call it a day. Alright guys, take care, have a wonderful rest of your day. Peace. Bye-bye.